All right, everybody, are you ready to enter a world of tyranny? And we, oh, 1 second, let's try that again. Every once in a while. There we go. We are back, going live, checking out Tyranny. My understanding is it's real-time with pause style Pathfinder type game, but you're in a world where the bad guy already won. So the big bad evil guy has taken over and things are starting to go to shit. And you're one of his, like, lieutenants, I believe is how this story goes. So I'm interested to see how it actually turns out. Let me check the audio. Go 42, just a little bit quieter. Save changes, yes. All right. This will be my first time ever playing. I'm excited. If Trial of Iron is it's like an iron mode. Only one safe slot. Yeah, we're not doing that. What's expert mode? Expert mode disables a number of helper features in the game. Players who want to rely on their own faculties and intuition while playing the game should play expert mode. This option is selected when you start a new game. It cannot be enabled in-game, and if disabled, cannot be re-enabled in that game. I don't know what the difference between expert and non-expert mode. You wish it got the attention Pillars of Eternity got? Yeah. Almost no UI. You know what? We're going to take a moment. We'll see what it is with and without it, and then I'll decide. So if we start with expert mode on, and then we'll start with one off, and then we'll go from there. Gives people time to show up. In Path of the Damned difficulty, players receive a bonus to most stats, have the most efficient AI, and will very frequently use abilities. Party members take more wounds during combat, and when being knocked out, this difficulty level can only be chosen when starting a new game. Okay. Hard mode is made for veterans of isometric RPGs, such as Pillars of Eternity, who are looking for a challenge. Survival requires micromanagement and optimization of stats through items, spells, and abilities. Enemy AI is more efficient and uses abilities more frequently. Sure. I love the artwork for the game. That's beautiful.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will.
Are we going to be an Archon?
Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world. And two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands.
Oh, so they haven't completely won.
And the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spy master and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice. Serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle.
What does that mean?
Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
Okay, so it is... They've taken our lands, or are in the process of taking these lands. And then we show up. Alright. Alright, I think we'll do our usual thing and we'll make my human representation of my kitty. Alright. The art style looks pretty good. In the Northern Empire, where you were born, women enjoy equal protections under the laws of Overlord Kairos. In the southern lands of the Tiers, women may crew a ship, but only men may own a captain a vessel. Okay. While these customs give the oceans to the men, the lands are trusted to the women. Men may rent and lease, but only women may own land and bequeath it to their daughters and sisters. While following a parent's profession is standard, many women choose to pledge service to one of the Overlord's powerful archons. Those without a viable trade or lands to call their own are often drafted into the armies of the archons, where it is assumed they will rise to glory or vanish in obscurity in accordance to their worth. Kinda bleak. Ooh, I kind of like that one. I don't mind that one either. Striking with the white hair. Kind of like the blue. Ooh, I like that one. That one's kind of cool. The marks on the cheek kind of reminds me of the character from our last game there with Pathfinder. Okay, so guys are to the left. So, in this game, are we truly evil, or do we have a choice of being kind of good? I wish it would allow us to zoom in. Sure. Now we get to pick our hair. We could be bald. Ooh, a braided ponytail. I'm a sucker for a ponytail. There's like 5 different paths or something? Okay. So there'll be some options. Do we want to make some choices about our run before we get into it, or...? play it by ear and just see what happens. Ooh, I kind of dig that. That's kind of cool too. I really like the art style so far. Not that we've really seen anything. That's badass too. I think I'm gonna go with that one. What do you guys think?
Ah! God! My wounds are slowing me down. I need rest.
Ooh, noble female.
Found something. Heads up, we have company. Flawless. You learn something every day.
I like noble.
That wasn't so hard. Moving cautiously. My wounds are slowing me down. I need rest. Right. Found something. To battle!
Good work! You learn something every day. This'll be fun. Ah, got it.
Yeah, let's go with
On
noble.
the lookout.
Yeah, I don't like the face tattoo bit. Going up the legs. Words up the arm. I dig the shot, the shoulder there. I think it's on her hand. On the other hand. Okay, that's kind of cool. A tree with the roots going down the arm. We got some snowflakes, or maybe sakura petals on the shoulder and on the back of the one leg. That's kind of cool. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it looks cool. I think it's got two different colors going on too. Yeah, you got this one color in the middle, and then like a secondary color on the other side. Okay, we got a snake around her leg there. The last one kind of looks like a ram's head. I think I'm either that one or the tree. What do you guys think? Do we go for the tree or the snowflakes? Anyway. Where was that other one we saw? do like that one. I like that one. And that one. I'm gonna go with that one. Has more interesting stuff going on. Alright. Today you are a fate binder agent of the Archon of Justice. You are by no means free, but as a warrior scholar deputized with discretionary powers to interpret and execute the laws of the overlord Kairos. Kairos is the name out of legend for centuries. The overlord... Oh man, that text is so much small. Has consolidated power, sending vast armies to swallow... or to allow entire realms, there we go, the most powerful mystic the world has ever seen. Kairos can issue edicts, magical proclamations that level cities, special spread pox, sunder the lands, or change the course of seasons. I have no idea. You like the snowflakes? I like that the snowflakes were at like one land, like the two different spots. Although that tree was really cool. I thought the tree was going to be like on her back. Okay. One does not apply to be a fate binder. One is simply called by Tunon. That's the guy in charge of this area. The Archon of Justice, and to decline is death. Millions of men and women live in the dozens of realms ruled by the Overlord. How did you stand out from amongst this teeming mass of desperation and insignificance and gain the Archon's notice? So there's diplomat, war mage, lawbringer, soldier, noble scion. What does that mean? When the leader of your home village spoke out of turn one time too many, agents of the Overlord put the whole town to the torch to contain the spread of insubordination. The Bounding Viper tribe came across the smoking ruins of your village, and where the beast matriarch, and when the beast matriarch found you frozen but unafraid, the mighty leader took you in and raised you with the protection of her tribe. For years you lived with the wild beastmen in their migratory homes throughout the mountains, but the Bounding Vipers were a dying breed. Each long winter took a greater toll on took a greater toll than the last, and once the dwindling tribe was too weak to defend its lands, disfavored soldiers came and dispensed with the ravenous. Okay. It's noble scion. Born to noble parents, you were groomed for leadership. Your youth spent on letters, history, rhetoric, and other matters of culture and statecraft. Though you had wealth and creature comfort, you were expected to grow up quickly and bear the honor of shepherding others through prosperity and war. He has unique dialogues. When your parents came under accusation of sedition, you were sent to the court of Tuon, Archon of Justice, to defend your family's actions. Your parents were found guilty. Their sentence, the dissolution of the treasonous estate. Eloquently pleading your own ignorance on your family's actions, you negotiated your most important deal yet, immunity from the crimes of your family, for the simple cost of swearing fealty to the Archon himself. Despite the unwilling induction, your education and savvy made you a valuable addition to the Archon's cadre of enforcers, and so long as you remain in good standing, your family just might be allowed to live. You have the combination of wit and courage to be accomplished casters and warriors, and those cursed with such a combination of talents are invariably pulled from their mundane lives and assigned to the armies of Archons. Your earliest memories are a painful slog of training, study, lecture, and exhaustion, all the elements of being groomed for battle. You knew better than to ask what became of your family, nor to question the missives allegedly penned by their hand that were part of your earliest lessons in reading. When you reached adulthood, Tuon, the adjudicator, came to the barracks and laid claim to your life. Seeing you as too valuable for the crucible of battle, the Archon of Justice deemed your life better spent dedicated to the art of punitive legal remedies. Though you had much to learn in matters of civil discourse, none could deny your bright future as Tuon's next great enforcer. Most people can't read in this. Makes sense. If you keep the people from under being able to read and write, it's easier to control them because they don't have a way of secretly transmitting information, right? A lawbreaker. Accused of a crime you most certainly did commit, you stood before Tuon, the adjudicator, Archon of Justice, and argued your case with eloquence and conviction. Impressed by your logic, reason, and confidence, he found you guilty anyway. It is rumored that Tuon selects many of his agents from his prisoners, who better to catch the wicked than those versed in such ways. In his mercy, Tuon offered you the choice of 2 sentences, decades languishing in prison or a lifetime serving him in the court of Fatebinders. The choice was an easy one, and instead of seeing the inside of a cell, you were trained in letters and numbers, magic and war. The laws you once broke are now yours to interpret and enforce. It's a guild apprentice. Deeply proud of your intelligence, your parents always knew you were too smart for a life spent with your hands in the soil. Looking to secure a better future, your parents struck a bargain with the 7 Tree Guild. A small magical order willing to teach you letters, numbers, and magic if you proved capable. For several years, you learned much from the mages, mastering reading and writing faster than the rest, and eventually learned the basic of mystic theory and spellcraft. Your magical studies came to an abrupt halt when the voices of Nerat. That was the Orange Archon, maybe? That text is just so hard to read. That's a bit bigger, at least. Known in his official capacity as the Archon of Secrets, the Voices of Nerat is equal part genius and madman. Rumors abound that he can steal the minds of others, though few, if any, are alive to confirm as much. The subjects of his interrogation are never heard from again, and the Archon is able to recall the memories of his victims with startling accuracy. He is the inconsistent leader of the Scarlet Chorus. Yep. He's the orange asshole. Alright. Archon of Secrets deemed the guild's a peacetime distractor that must be disbanded for the upcoming war. Its mages assigned to proper armies. While your peers went on to the other guilds, your mind was seen as too valuable to be wasted on the armies. Instead, your life was claimed by Tuon, Archon of Justice. And of course, we've already read that. At least now I know I can right-click and bring it up here. Oh, keeps everyone open. Interesting. Diplomat. Though they would never tell you why. Kiraros. That's the guy at a legend. Oh, there's a lot more to that thing. Look at that. Able to deliver suffering and woe to every corner of Tyranny without leaving the capital. Few have seen the Overlord in person, though Kairos' name is the single most recognized name in the world, and only the Archon can say what the Overlord looks like. It seems like the orange faction is going to be like the more brutal faction, and the purple faction is going to be like the more trying to be savvy and cunning about their things. But I could be completely wrong. Though they would never tell you why. Kiros bestowed great wealth upon your family for some unmentioned service, and your parents used this wealth to have you raised far from home. Your childhood was a nomadic tour of Tyranny with hired tutors and fleeting friendships. Where others had stability and routine, you had a worldly and varied education. A careless word in a far-flung city landed you in legal trouble, and you were taken before Tunon, the adjudicator, and made to stand trial. Not only did you plead your innocence, but you turned the accusations around on the accuser for wasting the court's time, and the Archon of Justice concurred. Amused by your wit, wisdom, and adaptability, Tuon claimed you as his newest enforcer. All right. Unable to settle the year's accounts with grain, your parents offered you as a tithe to the overlord and said, seeing your first battle as a child, you've known all your life how to fight, how to stay calm at the sight of blood and disembowelment, and how to rely on your fellow warriors. Deemed smarter than the average killer, you were groomed for command and given the education in letters and numbers. With rumors of war, it seemed recruitment into the disfavored legion would be obvious, or be the obvious match for your skills, but the Archon of Justice is known to say that good iron is not used for swords and good minds are not used for soldiers. Claimed by the Tunon, you were instead drafted into the Court of Fatebinders, where the martial skills were put to use in the enforcement of Kyros's law. There is a lot to learn about this world. I love how much detail they're giving you just with these, like, choices. I'm leaning towards... I don't know if I want to be a mage. When the leader of your home village spoke out of turn one too many times, agents of the Ulur put the whole town to the torch. You're found by another tribe, but they became a dying breed. Each long winter took a greater toll than the last, and once the dwindling tribe was too weak to defend its lands, disfavored soldiers came to dispense of the ravenous scavengers your tribe had become. Finding a human amongst the wild tribe, the disfavored soldiers made a point of taking you alive. News of the wild child of the north eventually spread to the Archon of Justice. He ordered you released from captivity and delivered unto his court. Okay, so hunters, we were raised by a beast people? An ad. Oh no. All right. Oh, and the pit fighter we haven't looked at yet. Not wishing to pay to feed and house too, the madman that purchased your mother sold you to the Proving Grounds, the Northern Empire's bloodiest, most notorious fighting arena. Given only enough training to assure the show isn't over too soon, your natural prowess and survival instincts led you to one victory after another. There was no elegant swordplay, no formalized duels, just brutal melee and the stench of blood, shit, and bronze with each day's gruesome necessities. It is said that any fighter that slays a dozen others in the grand melee is given their freedom, but in 300 years, only 3 warriors have ever walked away from the Proving Grounds. When the closing horn sounded and 13 corpses lay about your feet, you became the 4th to be granted freedom to thunderous applause, but the autonomy was short-lived. Within days, word of your accomplishment made its way to the Archon of Justice. I wish it told you what kind of bonuses it gives you, right? I think I'll go with Soldier for now. I know we're spending a lot of time with it right now, considering we're going to be possibly restarting to see the difference, but we'll be able to speed run creating the character after, so. Primary expertise. Here we go. Atrophy spells, frost spells, unarmed attacks, dual wielding, javelin, vigor spells, shock spells, short bow, great sword, shield and sword. Alright. Wielding a javelin is a good compromise between melee and ranged. Thrown weapons deal more damage than bows, but cannot attack from as far away. They also have the benefit of being able to switch between range and melee attacks depending on the enemy's distance. +6 one-handed weapon, +3 to dodge, 3 to parry, and 5 athletics. Unarmed fighting is one of the more challenging combat styles. Damage is generally lower, but this is offset by the speed of your attacks. A good style for someone interested in being challenged while fighting unarmed. The dodge skill is used to avoid melee attacks rather than parry. +6 unarmed, +5 dodge, athletics, subterfuge. Welcome back. Frost Magic is an offensive school that focuses on slowing enemies as well as dealing cold damage. you would look like that. Frost magic. Okay. Frozen grasp. You start with +8 frost control, 2 magic staff, 3 dodge, and 5 lore. Lore skill determines a character's ability to decipher information and put together clues. All right. From fragments of information. The skill is critical for magic users who wish to learn new runes to power their spells. Lore is also used to dialogue to determine what you know about the history of the world or to impress others with your intelligence. Envelops a target in a harsh winter cold, leaving them frozen for a time. 24 seconds. 8 to 12 frost versus magic for damage. Foe target frozen affliction for 12 seconds. 1.4 second total recovery time. Range 2 meters. So this is a short-ranged frost spell. Only 6 feet. If you want atrophy... Are the wages just going to be the different color? Yeah. So this is mage outfit, and then you just get the different color. So atrophy drains the skills and attributes of your enemies, weakening their attacks and making them easier to kill. Touch of atrophy. -3 might and vitality for 45 seconds. 1.4 second. Same range and control as the other one. Control atrophy 20 and lore 25. Gather entropic energy and channel it into an enemy, sapping the target's might and vitality. So 8235. 8235. So it seems like if we go a mage, we're going to be whatever element 8 and then 235. Yeah. 8235. The School of Vigor is a utility branch of magic that focuses on granting bonuses to your characters and allies. All right. Titan's Touch, +2 vitality and might for 45 seconds. Shock spells. Ooh, I like the lightning effect. It's the only one that's got, like, extra effect, it looks like. Oh, I guess that one's got, like, little sparkles. I do like myself lightning. Mages skilled in shock magic can frequently interrupt their enemy, preventing them from executing their attacks. Charged Fizz. 10 to 15 shock versus endurance. 8 meter range with push. 1.4 seconds. 2 meters. Interrupt is strong. Control lightning 20 and lore 25. 8235. Alright. Flurry of Blows or Palm Strike. If we go ninja here. Unarmed fighting. Alright. If we go short bow, we also got the ninja outfit. 6 bow, 3 dodge, 5 subterfuge. Subterfuge is a skill determined character's ability to move unseen through their environment, to detect and manipulate hidden traps and devices, and to open locked chests and doors. Also used in dialogue to determine your ability to deceive or trick the person you're speaking with. Okay. Short bow is the weapon of choice for those who choose to attack from a distance, avoiding direct engagement with your enemy. Great sword. Wielding a two-handed weapon puts your focus on power rather than speed. This allows an attack, or this is a slow attack style, but the damage you deal will often overcome the armor of your enemies. There's dual wielding. Got a mace and an axe. Determines the effectiveness of attacks when wielding weapons in both hands. Higher skill values lead to more accurate attacks, increasing the chance of critical strikes. Wielding 2 weapons gives you the advantage of versatility, as each weapon can deal different types of damage. That's probably why we have a slashing and a blunt. Also get a slice and or flurry of blows here as well. If we go great sword, we could have sunder or cleave. Sword and shield. Well, that's a cool looking sword. Wielding a weapon and shield puts you in the front line of combat, standing between enemies and your allies. Holding a shield will slow down your attack rate slightly, but give you good defensive. Gives you only combat, really. We wouldn't have anything that would help us in dialogue. Shield slam or sunder. And then there's javelin. Okay. Hobble and Heart Shot. Bows are thrown. Bows are thrown weapon. Cooldown 30 seconds, 8 to 12 pierce, 1 primary weapon, and it's versus dodge. Hobbled for 30 seconds, movements reduced by 3, 4.75 recovery. Alright. Eight binder shield and a bronze javelin. I like the idea of having lore. I don't know if magic's a great way to go or not. Charged Fist. Lesser Staff of Storm's Heart. You know what? I think I'll start with Javelin. Secondary expertise. Okay. With some magic. Javelin with some magic on the side. Oh, we gonna make our own banner? Kind of like the dark green. Oh my gosh. So this is our banner in the background. There's so many options. What's that supposed to be? Arrows coming down. Bow. Kind of looks like a pen. Oh, Trees look kind of cool. That looked kind of dark. I kind of like that one. Where's the other one I liked? Too much like fire. Let's go. Kind of hoping one might look like a spear. Or a javelin type thing. Kind of reads better like that. All right. Oh, man. Oh, I like the wings. Kind of makes me think a bit like the fleur-de-lis. Although I do like that one. All right. Like it seemed like width would be important, but they don't give you a lot of points to spread out. And we want more of a physical build. The only other thing that makes me want to have wits is it does say their ability to pick up and observe the environment, like pick up clues. Might, finesse, quickness, vitality, wits, and resolve. Alright, got +6 accuracy and +9% attack and ability strength +9. Might determines the physical strength of the character instead of might. Increased might leads to more powerful attacks and stronger abilities while increasing the endurance defense. Chance to reduce a hit type, usually a critical hit, or that to a graze. All right. Got 20 points. Okay. Hey, kitty. Let's get some more dodge. Sure. Definitely focused on my spears, but I got my backup for lightning there. It's a little bit, right? How do you want to continue? Selecting conquest option will allow you to play through the Kairos' conquest of the tiers, choosing how your character was involved in the invasion. This gives you the most control over the starting state of the game and how your other factions will react to your character. Oh, got a kitty lying on the keyboard. What did you just press? How do you always know how to press a button that messes things up? That's my kitty. All right.
All the world has fallen to Kairos, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tiers, our home.
This sounds like Meng
The
Na.
last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. Two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, marched south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior.
I don't know if it actually is Ming Na doing the dialogue there. Sounds a lot like her. I'm a big fan of Ming Na. She was on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and she was also on Stargate Universe as Camille Ray. I think she was also in The Mandalorian, wasn't she? Or not Mandalorian, she was in the Boba Fett one.
In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tiersmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tiers sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
Oh, that's just stupid. During the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kairos' invasion of the Tiers, shaping the world through which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice will make each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the Tiers respond to you. Your decisions matter. Choose wisely. 428, year 1 of Kairos' conquest. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and Tiers. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tiers, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target for Kairos' military conquests. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' army. Taking the city would send a message to the rest of the Tiers. Kairos Kyros's will is insurmountable. To the Bastard City. Named for its position between two realms, the Northern Empire and the Southern Tiers, the Bastard City and its surrounding lands, known as the Bastard Tier, is a melting pot of cultures and a place of commerce and intrigue. The Tiersmen of the South view the Bastard City as a place of wealth and excess, but to the people of the Northern Empire, the Bastard City is little more than a sprawling slum. Tanan of the Adjudicator established his court in the Bastard City. From this foothold in the Tiers, he and his court of Fatebinders imposed Kyros's laws upon the conquered land. Okay, next. Infiltrate the Tiers. Gate of Judgment. In the first major engagement of the war, Kyros's armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Both armies send their forces to prepare the way. Okay. These are the choices. Yeah, figuring it. Wish they gave me more information on what it would do. Here we go. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with advanced units of both armies preparing for the coming war. The Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus each had a plan to infiltrate the capital city. Which army did you join? You lent your skills to the elite Disfavored scouts to capture a border garrison, Graven Ash, insisted that Graven Ash insisted that an early victory in the offensive would boost the morale of his troops and diminish the haughty overconfidence of the Southerners. Graven Ash is the last of the great Northern generals to stand against the Overlord in ages past. Archon Graven Ash now serves Kyros as Supreme Commander of the Disfavored. Alright, so we could still say cancel. The armies of Kyros took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call of the conquest of the Tiers. The two armies of the Disfavored and the whatever brought their distinctive sense of order to the chaos. Standing shield to shield with Kyros's ironclad elite, you advanced on the mercenary army purchased by the nobles of the Bastard City. The Legion wanted to send a message to the Tiers that superior breeding and disciplined training would win the day. Alright. Yeah, I like the top one. The Oathbound Scouts identified a modest border defense and collaborated on an organized attack that would leave the enemy uncoordinated and cut off from aid. You oversaw the preparation and ordered your opinions on the strategy, or offered your opinions on the strategy. When the clashing of swords and spears fell to silence, followed by the cheering of disfavored scouts, you were the least surprised. Containing the fire, or inside agent? Inside agent. With the border garrison captured by your disfavored allies, you traveled ahead of Kyros's armies and lurked in the shadows of the Bastard City. You decided that converting one of the locals to Kyros's side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. Your fiercest opponents in the Bastard City were the mages of the School of Wild Wrath, too barbaric to use their power responsibly. The unbridled practitioners needed to be stopped. How did you trick the hot-tempered mages into their own undoing? Lure them to a disfavored ambush. A meeting with the voices of Narat. So if I go too heavily to one side, the other side might not like me. Is it wise to do a bit with both sides, or should you focus on one side versus the other? You lured the hot-headed mages to an ambush where a legion of disfavored waited to spring the trap. The soldiers were hungry for a chance to subdue the arcane branch of Tyr's resistance. You tricked the guild elders into meeting with the voices of Narat, Archon of Secrets. The Archon was notorious for his cruel and mysterious interrogation techniques. The mages were never seen again. You enlisted a bitter captain of the guard to sell military secrets to the disfavored. Better that Kyros's forces marched to their next inevitable victory well informed. You came to an arrangement with a well-connected smuggler who knew how to sneak agents of the Scarlet Chorus behind the enemy walls. The Scarlet Chorus were better operatives than soldiers, and this work required a subtle touch. I think I'll do at least one for them. Taking out the leaders of the mage school is probably a good idea. There were a few who could describe what horrors the Archons of Secret visited upon the enemies during the conquest. Whether the elder mages knew little of the Archon's reputation or met with him out of curiosity didn't matter. Once the flap of the Archon's tent closed, none of them were heard from again, save for a strangled cry of alarm that ended just as swiftly. Leaderless, the school of Wild Wrath fell into disorder, and their remaining members were slain by the disfavored, or conscripted into the Scarlet Chorus. Betrayal of the Bastard City. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the Bastard City ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city's defenses for the arrival of Kyros's forces, but you wanted to deceive a decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did you assist in the falling of the Bastard City? Duel the city marshal. What's this one? Keeping to the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the Bastard City one by one. Concealing Chateau. 100% grazed deflection. Minus 100 accuracy for 12 seconds. Plus 200 dodge. Plus 200 parry. Once per encounter. So this is like a... go hide for a while. Yeah, this one. Spreading the word of Kyros, you converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. Once the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells. That gets a Searing Palm. 8 to 15 fire versus magic. You challenged the commander of the Bastard City's defenses to an honorable fight to the death. The disfavored wished to spare soldier lives for the battle ahead and civilian lives for occupation. Gets us once per encounter. Warrior's Respite. Minus 50% damage for 12 seconds. Plus 15% health every 3 seconds for 12 seconds. 0 seconds total. Stand your ground in the face of defeat. During the time, you will regenerate health rapidly, but your damage is significantly reduced. What symbol is that? Is that the leader guy? The one that's above all the people? Like, this symbol is for the disfavored. This one's for the Scarlet Chorus. Yeah. Not having a great day is all. It's tune-in symbol. Alright. Out of the 3 abilities, I like the Warrior's Respite the best. Create a cloud of obscuring shadows and dust. For a short duration, enemies that use physical attacks against you have a significantly increased chance to miss. During the time, your attacks will also be less effective. I've had good responses with Toshiba laptop in the past. But Toshiba, I have heard, is not as good as they used to be. MSIs are really good. I'd recommend out of those options, like an MSI or a Lenovo. I like MSI personally. I've had really good, like all the MSI stuff I've had. If I've ever had any trouble, haven't had a lot of trouble with it, but when I did have trouble, the warranty and everything, they were really good about it and wasn't a hassle or anything. So I'd recommend MSI. Lenovo's aren't bad either, though. Well, you could probably get one for any style in any of the makes. It's all based on the specs you get for it, right? I don't like this ability. All right, I think I'm going to go for the Warrior's Respite. The city marshal was an old but experienced fighter, and his value to the guard was an accepted truth. After making guarantees for your protection, you met him in the square of the market district and fought in the view of tense onlookers. The battle drew on longer than you thought possible. Good fortune struck when an ornamental chain hanging from the marshal's armor snagged the quillion of his sword, granting you the opportunity to end his life swiftly. Kyros's forces celebrated your return to camp, and the dissolution of the enemy morale. All agreed that the bastard city was poised to crumble. Ooh, is that ours now? Lethian's Crossing or the Apex? Bastard City settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kyros's banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The army is divided into 2 fronts and migrated south. Tuon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kyros's conquest, either as a judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethian Crossing, or as a war advisor, with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. Alright, the troops of the mountain realm of Apex stood idle in the safety of the valley, biding their time as their neighbors in the bastard tier fell. In the second year of war, a joint force of the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus crossed over the mountains to take control of the Central Valley. And if we go to Lethian's Crossing, deposits of iron made the settlement of Lethian's Crossing a strategic war asset. Kyros sent the forge-bound smith mages of exceptional skill to establish a flow of weaponry. Tuon, the adjudicator, sent one of his fate binders to ensure the enforcement of Kyros's law. So if we go to Lethian's Crossing, we're acting as a judge and overseer. Whereas if we go to Apex, it's just a war advisor. Yeah, we're not. This is just the preface of our history before we start the game. It plays out like Pathfinder, Abrexis. Patience, my friend. patience. Let's go to the Lethian's Crossing. Year 2 of Kyros' conquest. Years ago, Lethian the Bold, founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. All right. Lethian's Crossing drew Kyros' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. With the region under Kyros' control, the northern smith mages could set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. The Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe, taking the crossing in a bloodless victory. Tuon dispatched you to travel alongside Kyros' forces and bring order to the region. Alright, the iron must flow. The cult of Siren. Alright, so the iron must flow. Smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one faulted their dedication, yet production was low. The plans that came to light proved decisive to the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. On one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not forges. On the other hand, the celebrated weaponry of Kyros' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. And then we can pick which way to go it. The chorus took refugees from the recent influx and forced them to serve in the military. You repurposed these individuals to haul wagons of iron for the smith mages. This proved an inconvenience to the chorus, who relied on their force of numbers to be effective in the field. And if we go with them, conscripted help from the local tribe of beastmen. Their strength would more than offset their disobedience. The disfavored protested that savages have access to the secrets of iron, but their voices were few compared to the support of the chorus. The other option. Siren, Archon of Song, used her arcane charm to lure locals into joining Kyros' army. As a patroness of the Scarlet Chorus, her efforts were critical to the conscription of new recruits. When an enthralled, disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon was growing out of control and needed to be stopped. In Scarlet Chorus tradition, you sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcome to remain in Kyros' military, and their performance would stand as testimony to her effectiveness. Or, the disfavored demanded that the Archon of Song cease her recruitment practices, and that they be allowed to violently subdue her cult of followers. The loss of soldiers was a significant setback to the Scarlet Chorus conscription efforts. Like, I don't have a problem with her recruiting for the army, but the fact that she's taking from the disfavored, like she's using her powers to recruit even from the disfavored. It was just late and I decided I wanted to start this. I'm going to be playing both games. Hopefully, next time we play Witcher, we have that solved. It seems like it might have been related to the hair FX technology, so I've turned that off. This is going to have her be an enemy of ours if she survives. Okay. I was sent here to get the iron flowing, so I think I'm going to focus on that rather than the cult. All right. They might complain about losing some of the numbers, but they're still having her do her culty stuff. The population of Lethan's Crossing had swelled from the emptying of lands destroyed by Kyros's armies. Although the Scarlet Chorus fought to keep the refugees under their control, the need for production could not wait. The new recruits were reassigned to haul iron ore from treacherous mine shafts, labor more befitting slaves than Kyros's artisans. Though the disfavored grew stronger with the advantage of more weapons, the chorus diminished as their ranks found themselves with one less opportunity for growth. Alright, we got a Guardian's Due. Pick of the army. Alright, let's see. Guardian's Due. Kyros's armies used the crossing as a reprieve from the war. The city grew more crowded as a mercenary army hired by the Archon of Secrets occupied the barracks, where they drained resources and escalated tensions. The disfavored wanted nothing to do with the sellswords, but the chorus sought to invite them into the fold. Disfavored demanded that the mercenaries be kept far from Kyros's armies. The righteous occupiers would not deign to share provisions or supplies with degenerate sellswords. You built a separate barracks and mess hall in order to keep the sellswords out of the army's way, and enacted strict laws against disorderly conduct. Or, you let the chorus and the mercenaries engage in combat games and challenges and allowed laws against revelry and merriment to go unenforced. Those who won the contest took a greater share of provisions, and sellswords of merit were invited to join Kyros's army. I don't like that option because that's neglecting the laws. Like we're sent here to enforce the laws. So if we do that one, we're definitely not siding with the chorus. Alright, since you aided the production of weapons, commanders of both armies lobbied for additional arms. They offered all manner of bribes to the next in line for a fitting session with the masters of the forge. How did you sate the lust for iron? If we send it to the disfavored, you let the disfavored have the iron, keeping the best tools in the hands of the elite. The chorus saw the slight as an obvious display of preferential treatment. You give the iron arms to the chorus commanders, knowing they pay very well for any killing tool. Weaponry of such acclaim was typically reserved for the highest disfavored officers, but you were open to changing tradition under the circumstances, or you allowed no changes to the orderly dispensation of iron and punished those who tried to bribe you twice. So that one, we remain neutral. We already have three in favor of the purple, one in favor of the red so far. Wouldn't me not changing it technically be helping the disfavored? Because they normally got it. Says it. They normally get it, right? Whereas this one, if we give it to them, it says typically it's reserved for the disfavored. So me being neutral, the disfavored should be more towards the other one. All right. If we do, I think I want to go with this one, because while it's me choosing the purple guys again for the fourth time, it's me upholding the laws. Whereas if I go with the chorus, it's letting the revelry and merriment laws go unenforced. I don't like that. As do I. All right. The elite soldiers from the north had little patience for sellswords under the best of circumstances and showed open contempt for mercenaries born in the tiers. They demanded that all armies, including their own soldiers, follow strict military discipline and be restricted to quarters when not on duty. After some discussion, you agreed that separate accommodations were the best possible solution. Though the sellswords balked at the oppressive foreign custom, he convinced them it was the safest recourse. Who controlled the crossing? Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired by the voices of Narot injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Tuon ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kyros's more responsible servants. Only a token garrison would be left behind while the armies returned to the front. As the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility towards each other, Tuon decided it was best that only one force control the crossing. Oh shit, man! I'm definitely showing preferential treatment if I go with the disfavored, aren't I? If the disfavored are the ones who normally get the iron weapons, and this is where we're making the weapons, it makes sense for them to have the place. The disfavored placed a modest garrison in the settlement of Lethian's Crossing, though the force was larger than might be needed to police the small settlement. Protecting the forge-bound ironsmiths became the true agenda of the defense force, as these magical craftsmen kept the disfavored invasion force suited in iron. Relieved at the departure of the chorus, the citizens of Lethian's Crossing felt they got the least of two burdens. You received word from Graven Ash thanking you for your decision. The forge-bound and their weaponry could not be entrusted to the voices of Narot. Plus, it was a voice of Narot mercenary that caused the trouble, right? All right. With the mercenaries expelled and Lethian's Crossing under new leadership, Kyros's forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement and guaranteeing a production flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the tiers. Your skills were needed in the realm of Azur, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. The Vellum Citadel was a library fortress, the largest archive of the written word in the tiers. The School of Ink and Quill protected and maintained the archive of ancient lore for centuries, standing apart from the political upheavals of the younger realms as an enduring pillar of knowledge and culture. All right. Stalwart, with its easily defended position and its rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart was the most formidable realm in the tiers. Azur. Kyros dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azur. I think I'm going to go to Vellum. So that's Azur. There's the Citadel. And down here is the defensive one. Yeah. Year 3 of the conquest. Wow, we're conquesting this place pretty fast. It's only going to be a 4-year war. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill, a circle of mages that, centuries ago, carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by other major realms. Legend said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the great library fortress and force the scholars to yield to Kyros. All right, chain of command or song of ensnarement. Let's just chain of command. A detachment of Kyros's army marched on the citadel, expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Suddenly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kyros's forces, looked to you for the next steps. The call weighed on your mind as it had an immediate influence on soldier losses. You ordered the disfavored to advance their shield wall, knowing that a handful of Kyros's elite soldiers could hold off the attack until the chorus retreated. You knew the disfavored would despise you for any losses at the chorus's expense, but that was a small price to pay for saving lives. You ordered the expendable chorus to attack, commanding the disorderly mob forward to give the elite disfavored a chance to withdraw. Though a costly maneuver in terms of lives lost, this assured the survival of the most capable and effective of soldiers. The other option is Siren, Archon of Song, used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the citadel walls. After Kyros's forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge, a crime under Kyros's law. With the Scarlet Chorus, you claimed the disfavored with a calmed them with a compromise. The sages' mouths would be bound with iron bridles, preventing them from speaking their forbidden knowledge. You punished the disfavored for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus, ordering that several disfavored soldiers be given to the Archon of Song as their personal bodyguard. Ooh, man, both of these are like hard choices. Whew, boy. Punish the disfavored. Muzzle the mages. I'm sorry, they broke the law, right? Alright, so chain of command. Do we protect the order or do we protect the others? Do we lose a lot of mediocre lives to save elite soldiers? Seems like the practical thing to do, but in a war you do need both, right? I think I'm going to go with this one because punishing the disfavored for breaking the law. Although the way it's worded, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge with the Scarlet Chorus. A crime under Kyros's law. Is it the killing them before they share their information the crime? Or is sharing the information the crime? Because I think it looks like it's you punish them for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus, ordering that several disfavored soldiers be given to the Archon of Song bodyguard. You calmed the disfavored with a compromise. The sages' mouths would be bound with iron bridles, preventing them from speaking their forbidden knowledge. Okay, so them speaking the knowledge is the crime. Okay. Well. Man, these are hard choices, guys. Bum, bum, bum. I am so much. I don't like that one. I am very much leaning towards the purple people. The orange ones are going to totally hate us. You ordered the expendable Scarlet Chorus to attack, commanding the disorderly mob forward to give the elite disfavored a chance to withdraw. Though a costly maneuver in terms of lives, this assured the survival of the most capable and effective of soldiers. Ever itching for a fight, the howling mob still recognized your maneuver. The sacrifice move that it was. Those from the Scarlet Chorus who ran headlong into battle made promises of a reckoning upon their return. Thankfully for you, hardly any of them limped back in one piece. Those few who survived made fevered whisperings their grievances, naming you as a villain to the chorus. Alright, lost to the mountains and plunder of parchment. The disfavored learned of a hidden enemy enclave and sent scouts to locate it. They never returned from their mission. The remaining disfavored soldiers demanded that you send the chorus to retrieve their scouts, but the chorus flatly refused to fall into the same trap. They recommended that the scouts be treated as wartime casualties. You considered the disfavored scouts to their fate, or consign them to their fate. If the elite of Kiros' army could not return on their own, then there was no sense in wasting the lives of the chorus to find them. I agree with that, actually. And the other one, the army captured a supply caravan overflowing with arcane books. When the disfavored started a bonfire of forbidden texts, the chorus rescued the tomes from the flames and attacked. You decreed that the disfavored are welcome to burn their half of the plunder, but the chorus has rightful claim to the other half, provided you first review the text first to eliminate any that touched on forbidden knowledge. In accordance with the disfavored's wishes, you upheld Kiros' law regarding forbidden lore and had all the text burned. I could see siding with the chorus on that one, because I go through to make sure there's nothing in it, right? Man, we're already an hour and a half into the stream. What was this one? Yeah. The Scarlet Chorus agreed to your generous terms, and you set to poring over enemy manuscripts before it was handed over. The work took several evenings, and you came away with a glimpse of truths better left unknown. Taking the burden upon yourself was a less risky alternative than disseminating it among Kiros' ranks, though it didn't help you sleep at night. Edict of Fire. Food and morale dwindled as the siege party realized the enemy would win the war of attrition. Tuon sent word of the Kiros' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast an Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a spell powerful enough to destroy the Vellum Citadel. You had the choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Claiming they still had spies within the Citadel, the Scarlet Chorus urged you to warn the mages of the Overlord's edict. Granting their request, you met with the enemy under a blue flag of peace, warned them of their doom, giving the Chorus spies and the enemy a chance to run. Opting to give the enemy no quarter, he proclaimed the Edict of Fire at the first moment of dawn, granting the enemy no warning of the destruction to come. Though the chorus insisted your actions doomed their spies, the disfavored applauded your decision. You know what? Our Lord is tired of this war taking so long. He told me to get this done. Here's a spell that will nuke it. I gotta just nuke it, right? You know what? I like the idea of giving them a chance to get out, actually. And I haven't done a lot for the chorus. I don't like the idea. Giving the enemy a chance to run, though. I don't want to get in trouble for it. Couldn't I be like, do it at noon? Like half and half? Get your spies out now. But the mages aren't getting far. Boom, goes the dynamite. Yeah, we'll do it at the end of the day. You confronted the mages with a warning and hoped the message was received. The hour before sunset, numerous figures were spotted fleeing the citadel. As the sun dipped under the horizon, you read the words of the edict. The earth shook and red-orange light glowed in the foundation of the sprawling citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from windows and between loose bricks, melting winding trenches in the surrounding land. Days later, the flames still raged on, the conflagration continually fed and renewed by the power of the edict. Well, we didn't get the citadel, unfortunately. The armies of Kyros left the devastation of the realm in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know that once noble citadel as the Burning Library. This was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life, but a message had been sent. The Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tuon called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart from the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in the mountains. They were mere specks, dwarfed by the inferno, the last gasp of survivors and perhaps looters from Kyros. Armies bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. Conquest complete. You have reached the end of the conquest. Do you want to continue to erase your progress and start over? No, we're going to continue. I thought we had another year, judging by the pips at the top of the screen.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault.
Ooh, bold.
With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused. And Kairos has one message for the Archons. Crush the Oathbreakers, or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict. A magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Well, now things start. Fatebind Arena, I presume. We've been expecting you. I don't get to label them? Darn it. I was hoping I could label it as, like, just beginning. Alright, let's see. My one complaint with this, look at how much wasted space. Okay, options. Graphics, font scale, all the way up. I don't know if that did much. Leadership, defense, power, agility, range, magic. So leadership, defense, power, agility, range, and magic. Okay. I'm guessing one for each stat, basically. No reputation information available. Party spells. Spell creation sigils. What? Oh, that's cool. You can actually see the shape making the final sigil. Like the two shapes combined. Nope. So I guess this is my armor and this is my equipment in here. Party stash. The edict. Scroll contains the words of Kairos' edict you have been commanded to deliver. If Ascension Hall has not been taken by my forces before morning on the Day of Swords, all in the valley, when this edict is passed, will perish. I don't want to die. Okay, so this is the stuff on me here. And this is what's my weapon slot. So I can go with my staff. Or I can go with my spear. Let's hide the helmet. Missives. Spire. Spell creation. Okay. Kairos the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate in the traditional salute of her legion. The commander wouldn't say why the governor of Lethian's Crossing would be coming, but since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices of Narat. She catches herself clearing her throat with us. Well, I mean, mediate the Archons, so that we might agree on a plan to wipe out those Oathbreakers. I'm going to sneeze. But on a personal note, it's good to see another Harbinger. By Kyros's will, most of our old invasion force still lives, but most of us have been scattered across the tiers, reassigned as needs change. I miss those days when there was so much battle ahead of us, so much glory still to be won. But I know the Archons are expecting you. Don't let me wax nostalgically about the old days. Can you hear that hum in the air, that glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kyros's magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. Your senses see more than mine, good fate binder. I do not pretend to know much about such things, but that was Kyros's magic, and you're here on important business. Well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that you're here to proclaim an edict. What does Kyros have in store for the enemy? 10 years of the festering plague, an edict of twisted bones? Our soldiers will complete their task or die. The edict is leveled against us. Her eyes widen with fear, her posture slackened. But the Scarlet Course prevents us from taking action. Why would the Overlord punish both of us? She clears her throat with a sigh. Forgive me. It is not my place to question. We should have conquered the enemy within weeks of arriving in the valley. The delay reflects poorly on us all. 2 Archons and their armies cannot take a citadel they've taken before. Of course, Kyros is displeased. If we all follow Kyros's will and stop the insurrection, no harm will come to any of us. Your first instinct is to blame the Scarlet Course. No wonder Kyros resorts to an edict to enforce order. I do like that one. I'm going to say number 3. 2 Archons and their armies cannot take a citadel they've taken before. Of course, Kyros is displeased. Your words sting, but they're not false. The soldier stands ready, yet the Archons never issue the charge. If anything can force them to act, they'll be the Overlord's edict. Well, you've traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Her voice falls silent, her attention snapping eastwards with alarm. Did you hear that? More runners. 3rd time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. She points over the collapsed path with which you arrived. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show the Oathbreakers a good fight. Help the disfavored battle the Venderian Guard. For the glory of Kyros!
Right.
Did it miss? Go up and just thrust.
On it.
Ooh, that one hit. That's one down. Let's check further along the road for more.
Sorry, I can't.
Squeeze the red. What's my athletics like? A 32.
Sorry, I can't. I got it.
Oh, we got him.
I got it. Trouble is afoot. Can't do that.
Where's the other person? Don't bother with me. Go down the pass, Drastus. You're wounded and it's not trivial. This but a scratch I've seen twice as worse, 10 times over. You'll let me help. Said I'm fine. He moans and shakes his head. Raven Ash's protest. You go and help the others.
Sorry, I can't.
Where's the other person? She like disappeared. Waking Death will revive when defeated for 127 seconds. Several skulls, bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion birds, are spiked on a roughly hewn plank. Wait. Okay, was there anything else back here? Oh yeah, here we go. Sun Soldier's Javelin. So it's got more armor penetration, but less accuracy and DPS. Or mine is the better one. Here, take all for now. Were we able to loot that other one back here? Ah, look at that. I almost missed looting. Whetstone and Potion of Protection. Desiccated corpses line the road of victory to Vendirian's Well, an example of the fate that awaits those who resist Kyros' will. The ancient weeping mother statue pays homage to the queen Lysiris. First of her name, fresh water once flowed from this statue, but when Kyros' forces attacked Vendrian's Well in 429, the statue began weeping blood and has done so ever since. We should be vigilant and deal with the remaining Oathbreakers in the pass. I've been traveling for days. How much longer until I reach the Archons? You're almost to your destination. Once we clear this pass of enemies, just head south down the foothills. From here, it should just be a matter of hours to the encampment. What do they hope to accomplish? From what we've learned from the other prisoners, the runners are instructed to escape the valley and drum up support for the Oathbreakers' cause elsewhere in the tiers. She shrugs. I don't know who they think will listen to their pleas. We've smashed every army, fortress, and self-proclaimed ruler these low-born tiersmen have to offer. Perhaps they think the wild beast will rally to their side. Above the mini-map? I'll look for that in a second. Disfavored victory has soaked the tears with fear. I doubt anyone would rally to their hopeless cause. Perhaps if you had more thoroughly destroyed them, we wouldn't be having this problem. My thoughts exactly. They lost the war years ago. This is little more than the last gasp of a dying people. Okay. Chat log. Combat log. Okay. I don't know if I should continue on the other side or come back down over here. Got some mead.
Ah, got it.
And a topaz. Nice. The once pure water of Queen Lysiris' tears has run red with blood since the forces invaded. Abandoned memorial. Bronze torque. 35 low requirement not met. Examine the torque. Take a better look at the torque. The torque possesses a number of small grooves that otherwise appears fairly ordinary. Isn't my lore, like, off by just a tiny bit? I'm a 31. Off by 4. Alright. I can't believe she didn't come down with us when we pushed the rock. I'm glad I went back to look for items, though.
Can't do that.
Sun Soldier. Scarlet Fury. So that's our ally here. Okay. Wait. Why are they all showing green?
Try and catch me, worm.
Scarlet. Okay, so she's Scarlet Chorus. Try and catch me, worm. A young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Venerian attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace. She nods to acknowledge you. A breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to her countryman. This one's crazy. Too much lead in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Ha, Fate Finder. You're here at last. Care to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery?
Save something for me. For the realm of Apex, charge! Alright, one.
Take that!
Oh, what's this? Blood-soaked stone?
Ready? Ah! Get me out of here!
Destroyed. Oh, I think we killed them. Burning iron. Yeah, we definitely killed that guy. Oh, ineffective.
Will
All right. Rot spear.
They won't even get close.
She's a little bit low on health. Weapon ineffective. Oh, we got him. All right, welcome to Ruin. Each party member gains 33 experience divided amongst their skills. She is in rough shape.
I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent. I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian guard we killed didn't come alone.
Why are they attacking now?
My guess? The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall.
Alright. I'm ready if you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
I see your point. Nice and practical.
No reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes.
For the voices of Nerat!
I got it.
Got Scarlet Fury Helm, Lesser Sigil of Reaching Grasp, Broken Armor, some hide, Healing Potion, thankfully. Oh, it eluded everybody. I was wondering why there was so much. An empty spike stands waiting to claim its victim. Didn't we just get something? Okay, we got potions to use. Alright. So the Sun Soldier's Javelin. One-handed and thrown weapon. They're both common. Mine's 5 to 8, 1.53 DPS versus parry. Where that one's 8 to 12 pierce, 2.5 parry. Plus 2 accuracy. Woohoo! We got our first companion. A battle crazy orange person. Can't remember what they're called. Alex. Okay, so 5 to 8 and a 9. 15. So it looks like that javelin is this is the compare. Okay, so this is the one, this is the other. So mine's slightly better at range, but not really. There is slightly better at close quarters stabbing. So my current one range is 2.11 DPS versus 1.89. Whereas 2.5 melee versus 1.53. Okay. From the phalanx. Okay, the phalanx. One-handed. Damage 10 to 15. It's 2.56 DPS versus parry. The 4 armor penetration. Guarded strikes on weapon crit. Allied area of effect plus 5 parry for 10 seconds. Due to a slight miscalculation in its crafting, phalanx is slightly longer than regulation spears. Legion soldiers pass it among the ranks as a reward for outstanding performance, cherishing rather than rejecting its eccentricities, embracing it as a harmless breach of conformity. Rogues leathers. Armor of 2. So less recovery, more deflection. I think it's better armor. It looks nastier. 9 to 14 damage. Alright, she don't have a helmet. Didn't we find a helmet? Oh, what's my helmet? Ceremonial Fatebinder helmet. Deflection 4%, accuracy plus 2. Deflection 5%, accuracy plus 3. So I'm going to put this one on. And she's going to get that one. Oh, check it out! I like it. Bloody Scarlet Fury armor. Yeah, that's Scarlet Fury. That's one armor. Should I give her my Ceremony Fatebinder armor? Okay. And she's using what? So she's a dual wielder. There we go. Need +1 might for 600 seconds. Rot Spear, Scarlet Poison. Okay, she can have a mead. Alright, so. So Sun Soldier's Javelin has a bit better range, if I'm reading that right. Slightly less DPS. $10 to 15, 2.88. And if I go that one. $2.86 and 2.12. You know what? The Sun Soldier's Javelin is like the best of both by the looks of it. I think the Phalanx is if I want to go pure melee, it does tiny bit more damage, but there's no ranged attack, if I'm reading that right.
I got it.
Alright, severed skulls. Where is it? Severed skulls bleached by the sun, picked clean by carrion birds, or spiked on roughly a human post. It's only heraldry the Scarlet Chorus needs.
Sorry, I can't.
That's a lot. Eyes forward, no looking back! Warriors roars with the phalanx held high. The falx held high. His words largely lost over the din of combat. Stand aside or your funeral will be over the side of the bluff. Seeing you squarely in his path, the soldier points his weapon your way. I applaud your bravery, but I implore you to end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. If I surrender, I'm as good as dead. At least we can drag some Kairosian chosen along our short journey to the void. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements, hurry! There we go. Run down the Oathbreakers, let none escape! From the red mob of reinforcements from the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble. The ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson tones. Singing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air, a red glow surrounding the Vendrian guard. Warriors, as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blending them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there! Keep to the path! The warriors gestures along the canyon trail, but the soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus roaring challenges. No, don't engage them! We need to run! His orders falling on deaf ears, the warriors reluctantly readies his weapon. Oh, he's fucked. Alright, let's see. Harcus Damos. Go skewer him.
Come at.
Melee engage. Yep. Versus weapons ineffective. He's near death. Rust. Wait, is she using a bow? When did she switch to a bow? No, she did have a bow as her other item.
Right.
All right.
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
This guy's screwed. Come quick, we have a situation on the cliff side. They have the commander. Crimson Runner. Okay. Cord bracers and potion of healing. We got what? Head wrap and some cheese. Weapons and armor are strewn haphazardly around the cart. Every blade shows signs of rust, and every piece of armor is in need of repair. It looks like we automatically heal after a fight. All right. It looks like it gives me a little bit more DPS. Is there more deflection and precision? Recovery. No. Ooh, what do we got there? Boots this time. An extra 0.5 armor, some crush/corrode armor. Disengagement defense. Okay. Some abilities and items such as boots can grant bonuses to a character's defense against disengaging attacks. Okay. I gotcha. She's got the same as me, maybe. Bloody Scarlet Fury boots. +2 disengagement with 0.2 recovery. No armor. 0.5 armor, 0.75 crush corrode. I don't think the boots are worth using from what I see. Walking Blaze. Ozma. What are you doing? You'll draw attention to me. You're uninjured. Get in the fight. Drastis and Pella. Here we go. Stow your weapons or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Cornered between a precarious drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Palux Dirl. Grasses, skewer him, worry not for me. Graven Ash will protect. The disfavored officer winces, blood seeping from the seams of his bracers and cuirass. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade? With a jerk of the knife, he slices off a clump of his matted hair. If you're so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer. Lower your weapon, then charge forward and wrest the knife from him. All right, fingers crossed, everybody. You have gained favor with Scarlet Chorus. You have gained favor with Disfavored. You've gained some XP. That's right. Now the rest of you dropped his weapons. With his attentions on the other warriors, you dash forward. He reaches out with his dagger to slay Drastis, but your hand is already on his wrist. With a wrenching twist, you mangle his hand, dropping the dagger harmlessly to the ground. The disfavored warrior rushes forward from either side of you. Tyro barely manages a strained gasp before being hacked and impaled upon their swords and spears. Kairos be praised! That Oathbreaker fought with the rage of Cairn himself! Cairn, the mountainous Archon of Stone, accompanied the disfavored on the conquest of the Tears. His temper and proclivity towards destructive solutions often branded him a liability to the otherwise orderly takeover, but his powers were not easily dismissed. During the Azure campaign, Cairn went on a rampage, declaring himself independent of Kairos. In the conquest, an unlawful sham, Kairos drained the Edict of Stone to put an end to the rebellious Archon, and his petrified corpse rests in the ruins of Azure to this day. He actually went against Kairos? Thank you, Fatebinder. I thought today was my last. From the look of it, guess they thought if they swarmed the pass, maybe one might make it out. We found a few scraps of parchment on the bodies. Holds a handful of crumpled parchment for your inspection. Student or letters such as yourself should be able to make more sense of it. All right, examine the parchment. Repeating the same message in different written scripts, the parchment explains the Vendrian guards' desire to overthrow Kyros's Archons and rout the armies from the Tears. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendrian's Well. Recruitment material. They were trying to bring more traitors to the fight. Well, from the look of it, we kept them from slipping out of the valley. Whatever they hoped to accomplish, I think their plan died here. The Archons are expecting you. When you're ready, leave by the gate to the southeast. Follow the trails down slope for a few hours and you'll see the campfires leagues away. Can't miss it. Can we loot now? Quick finger bangles? +1 to quickness. Honored Guards Falks. Sigil of Distant Impact. We'll take all that. Alright, what is she using for her weapons? Red Rivers and Gut Seeker. It looks like it's a little bit better DPS than what she's got, but less on the recovery. There we go. A little bit more quickness for me.
What have we here?
Ooh. We have Potion of Invisibility. Yoink. Aurora salutes you as you approach. We are honored by your presence. Need something? What's the situation here in the well? The Oathbreakers hold the citadel at the heart of the valley, the one built around the base of the spire. She points east towards the tower in the distance. The Matani River has been our largest headache during the siege. It's unsafe for armored troops to ford, save for at key locations, and the enemy knows this as well as we do. I know we'd be a lot further along if the Scarlet Chorus used its alleged strength in numbers to ford the river themselves and overwhelm the enemy. She looked at Verse with a disapproving air. As it is, we must take the valley slowly and advance the disfavored bulwark, since that's where the real work gets done. Because all it takes is numbers to cross a river under a hail of arrows. If the disfavored were quicker to act, maybe the Vendrian Guard wouldn't be so trained up to face us. If either you was correct, the campaign would be over, and I wouldn't be here. You have gained favor with disfavored, loyalty with Verse, and some lore experience. Fair point. The Legion is eager to gain some perspective on our quarrels. Consequently, I retract my previous remark. Really, because I don't. Next time you say something, try to mean it. Seen anything interesting during the war? I once saw a forge-bound artisan set himself on fire. Occupational hazard. That was an unpleasant day, the first of many, to be honest. I heard about the edict you proclaimed at the burning library, but thankfully I wasn't there. One fire was enough for me. How long have you been with the disfavored? 7 years. 2 seasons, mayhap. A handful of days. I trained at Fort Resolution a bit before the conquest. Compared to the commanders you will find around camp or stationed at Ironhearth, that makes me one of the young bloods. This has been a long and grueling campaign, but the end is in sight. We'll soon have the Oathbreakers back under control. Then we can rest and retrain and even cycle out troops so we can see our families again. What can you tell me of the Guard? They're the last gasp of the younger realms. Among them are warriors that escaped the bastard city, a few refugees from other victories, and a bunch of Vendrian locals with delusions of independence. These southern wastrels cannot match our iron, nor the chorus's numbers. What on Taratus gave them the nerve to rise up and ask for a second helping of battle is anyone's guess. Carry on. She taps her gauntlet to her breastplate and salute. Have a pleasant siege. So we can't get her in the group. Interesting.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
We need 39 subterfuges.
Sorry, I can't.
Actually, before we go. Rastus, Mocking Blaze. Cosma. Fatebinder, what an honor to have one of Tuon's court visit our humble holdfast. Need supplies? Bursting with energy, the merchant slams her palm down on top of the crate. If so, you've come to the right place. I trust you've been granted proper stewardship of the goods you are peddling. Let's see what you have. All right. All quality levels. Camping supplies. Lesser healing potions. Leather buckler. I got what? Fatebinder shield. Same weight and stats. Good to know. Sigil of Lightning Core. Lesser Sigil of Limitless Boundaries accent. The scroll contains a magical accent which slightly increases the area of the spell's effect. Timeless Form. Increases the duration of a spell. Interesting. Alright. Lesser Staff of Titans. A bundle of sundries, including them tarps, Hemp rope, flint, hard rock. I guess this is what we need to rest, don't we? Oh, we're going to have to sell stuff. Oh, look. Hey, we're going to make 4, okay, bronze rings and copper rings. Okay, so copper, bronze, silver, gold is what I guess the money's going to be. Sell the hide. The agate. Get the potion of visibility. Sell the broken armor. Opez. Okay. All right. Parade. You know what? Let's take all of them, I guess. We'll still make 11 bronze. Wait, why did it not get the all of it? Let's see, it cost me 1 bronze, I got 13. You have reached the maximum number of camping supplies. Oh, that would be why. I didn't realize I had some in here. Are they not shown here? Ah, you can have up to 6, that's why. I have 6 camping supplies. Silver is not the next one. It goes copper, bronze, iron. Fair enough. All right. Is there a quick save button? Controllers. Stealth on, stealth off. It can't be the same button. Ah. Alt. There, mouse 4. Nice. Tab. Mouse 3. Move the camera. Mouse 2 is a pan. Zoom, reset, interface, Control H. Character formation, inventory, journal, save. Spire we don't have yet. Alright. There does not look to be one for quick save. The prisoner says his name is Tarkus Demos. Lets out a long sigh, tapping his gauntlet finger on his temple. And I don't think this is a complicated matter. He dies. His family's been a driving force in the Vendrian Guard. Killing him should demoralize whatever's left of the Tarkus clan. All must be given a chance to find absolution in the service of the chorus. The mage points a finger at the disfavored officer. And you know full well this has always been our way. He has a chance to be a slave or soldier. Only then do we feed him to the pigs. We let you take prisoners, but you can't control them. You send these conscripts out on patrol and they never return, defecting all over again. Can't let this nonsense strategy continue. Let's hear what the Fatebinder says. turns to you with a wide smile. My mates in the Blood Chanter Guild tell me you were most supportive of our claims to be to the scrolls of the Vellum Citadel. Surely you are understanding that the Scarlet Chorus is wise enough not to squander any advantage you can take from the enemy. The Chorus should be allowed its chance to recruit new warriors. You've gained favor with the Scarlet and gained wrath with the disfavored. This is the sort of nonsense that got us into this mess we're in now. We keep showing these mongrels mercy. They'll just bite us time and time again. If it will calm your nerves, I assure you this one won't be put on the battlefield. The mage snaps her fingers loudly, gesturing for her gang to listen. Make sure the prisoner is taken straight to the voices of Narat. I won't keep you here any longer, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. He salutes you, his iron gauntlet wrapping across his breastplate. For the glory of Kyros. And they're too busy trying to one-up each other to get things done. We sing the Anthem of Pain. Oh, they don't have names there, I guess?
Sorry, I can't.
I don't know if we have the athletics for this. Oh yeah. Only a 30?
Sorry.
Ah, but that, we don't have the subterfuge. 39 subterfuge. Let's see. What's mine? Mine's not that high. Mine's only a 29. What's hers? 35? Oh, so close. And it looks like you gain experience in each skill. Like, I've almost leveled up my parry to 39. My dodge, my lore, my athletics. She's used her bow and dual wielding. Athletics. Alright, so... Subterfuge skill determines a character's ability to move unseen through the environment, to detect and manipulate hidden traps and devices, and to open locked chests and doors. It also used in the dialogue to determine your ability to discover or trick the person you, or deceive or trick the person you're speaking with. Okay. So, how do I go stealthy? Oh, right, mouth 4.
Quiet down!
Alright. Slamming down. Alright, fast mode. I don't know if this is actually doing anything for us. We're sneaking past our Freds. I'm at the B. I'm guessing not. Kyros should not have accepted the Vendrian surrender. Drastus says you're good to pass. Drastus doesn't have a say or not. Oh, wait, what was the other one? Lore? My lore is way better than hers. We needed a 35. We're going to have to come back to this place. Hopefully that stuff will stay here. Alright, that's where we are now. And the disfavored camp. Check out that building. Yikes. It will take you 2 hours to complete your journey from the ruins to the camp. Interesting. Sterling hanging.
Quiet down!
Take what you can carry. Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? The voices of Narat told me that you've come as a mediator. Considering the source, well, I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story. So let's have it out. Let's have out. What's so special about you? I'm here to deliver an edict from Kyros. That makes a crazy kind of sense considering how long the siege has taxed the armies. I can understand why Kyros would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? Do you know what it says? The Archons must claim the hall by the Day of Swords, or all will perish. One more thing for the Archons to fight over. Well, thanks for cluing me in. If Kyros sends any fighting our way, just tell me when to duck. What else has the voices told you? Only that I could find you in the Edgering ruins, truthfully. I could have picked you out of a crowd. You're the only one of us who hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Matani River. She laughs, but there's a forced nature to it. Why so suspicious? It's just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, the air gets as taut as a bowstring. I can't help but think that no amount of compromise will get them seeing eye to eye. So why invite a mediator from Tunon's court? It doesn't add up. Why do you think the Archons are at odds? I've been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the conquest, so I can say it's been building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two. It's like a pair of storms moving to collide. I heard tell that Gravinash and the voice of Narat shared some bad blood in the Northern Empire, but don't know any of the particulars. That's absurd. If the Archons cannot put the past behind them, they are unfit to command. You have gained fear with verse. Quick to anger, are we? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I would take care where you speak your mind. Someone is always eager to report slander to their favorite Archon. With all the power they wield, those types are not quick to forgive. I really ought to be meeting with the Archons. The war tent's just past the center of the camp. One last thing, be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head. Still not enough subterfuge. We need to get someone with good subterfuge. If I can actually, speak. A humble grave lies before you. A battered sword has been used
A
as...
modest grave for the Archon's son, Brennix. We don't bother with funeral rites in the chorus. No point in thanking conscripts for their duty.
But it's for an Archon's son. Hail, Feetbinder. Camp's up ahead. Don't mind us, just clearing out the rabble. Sterling Hagnon. I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll. But she's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I am not allowed to trade one thing for another? It's not like I'm selling weapons or angry peasants or anything of the sort. You're on disfavored land. These warriors have every right to kill you. You should be more thankful they're even listening to you speak. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. Trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak for such a thing? Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tunon. But we'll lighten your burden and relieve you of your wares first. That should make a long trek a bit more bearable. You had best start making a very strong argument as to why I should help you. Anything to be argued before Tuon may be argued before me. If the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgments around. Well, you could rob me now and have my supplies today, the merchant grabs a flask from his cart. Or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing drafts. Certainly any army will need those. Young corks a small ceramic vial, and the aroma of the cloves and lanolin assaults your nose. These are essential goods to the war effort. We should leave the supplier intact. What a coincidence. Your family recipe for wound paste smells just like the Scarlet Fury's own concoction. Where do you steal this? If the disfavored have reason to question these items, I'll trust their judgment. Thank you, Fatebinder. I know others of your ilk would gleefully meddle in our affairs. I hereby reclaim these trappings of the Overlord for use by the disfavored. If you want to live, take 2 steps to your left and don't move a muscle. Peller shakes his head with a scowl and steps aside as directed, spitting towards his own cart. Hangman mutters a half-garbled curse before placing his hands up in submission. I feel like they're being short-sighted, though. It's all your fault, you Kairosi dog. What? I gotta manage keeping both parties liking me. Come on now. The wood used for these parapets is pristine and finely cut. These walls have yet to see any battle. Faster. Okay, here we go. Stone shield. The gate guard holds up a warning hand. Go no further. You approach disfavored ground. State your business. I am LitlClutch, Fatebinder of Tuon. I bring words from Kyros. Words for your commander's ears. Ah, so you're the fire starter. Sevis and the companies returning from the burning library are telling some harrowing stories about Kyros' edict of fire. I think myself brave, but I'm happy to have been far away from it all. Must have been a terrifying honor to be the messenger of such a righteous force. Apparently I'm known as the fire starter. Go on in. The Archons are expecting you. You'll find them in the war tent. Center of camp. Addendum. The Conqueror's Will. Kyros demands victory at the well. Alright. We have to do it by the 7th, right? Does it say how long we have for that? Soon or everyone in the valley will be killed. Doesn't say how long it is here. I was hoping, like, as we know, it's like the sword. What was it? The 7th of Swords. 1 day, 19 spans of swords. What? There's our records. Oh, there's the conquest and my history of what I've done. All my options during that conquest period. That's interesting. Ooh, my faction reputation. There's favor and wrath. She's got a little bit of fear. First was appalled by your orderly, honorable ways. Death from above. Fury's rage. First was elated by your feisty, chaotic inclinations 3 times. Was pleased by your feisty, chaotic inclination 2 times. So doesn't that mean she was 5 times? Alright. Got some loyalty with her. Alright, let's see. Graven Ash has a little bit of favor and a little bit of wrath. But Narat... No reputation history, really. A little bit of favor with that. The disfavored have a bit of wrath. The god don't like me. Quite a bit of favor for the disfavored. Only a little bit of favor. I was expecting to have more wrath with the Scarlet Chorus, considering how often I chose to side with the disfavored. Up, down, up, down, all we go. So, it goes up a lot, goes up a little. Or down a little. Up a lot, up. Okay, medium, small, large. Oh, these ones were good ones for us, I guess. Spell creation. And do we have a new accent? I thought we had an accent somewhere. Oh well. I'm not going to worry about spells right now. The disfavored insignia has been violently defaced. Stone shield gloves. The table is lined with various medicinal herbs. It would appear they have been carefully rationed. Ooh. Heavy cloth sandals and beast blood pollen.
You learn something every day.
I think my subterfuge just went up. Oh no, I've got enough XP to level up.
Ah, got it.
Scroll less sigils. I think I saw some weapons over here. Of course, it's on the other side. Imbued Rod of Strength. No, don't got a 37 subterfuge yet. Got some water. Okay. We definitely need her to focus on her subterfuge. Alright, Rogue's Leathers and the Mitering. Okay. Talent point 1, attribute point 1. Okay, so I get to pick where I put my attribute. Spell strength, magic defense, accuracy, and armor deflection. I think I kind of want to put it into accuracy. One point. All right, if put it to accuracy, I get what? 2 more points. Goes from a 6 to an 8, from a 9 to 12. Yeah, let's go with accuracy. Has she leveled up too? Nope, she's at about halfway. Current level 2. Oh, she's already level 2 though. All right. And talents. Can't do leadership. Staggering force, shield slam, cleave, focus strike, bomb. All right. Piercing throw requires 1 talent point spent to range 3. Adds armor penetration to attacks with a thrown weapon. Gain a bonus to accuracy when attacking targets that are farther than 5 meters away. Adds a rooting effect to the thrust ability. Thrust now also increases movement speed and breaks current engagement. Throw a poison dart at an enemy. If it hits, the target receives a long-lasting corrosive poison affliction. Ooh, a bonus to lore skill if we take the prodigy thing. Does it say how much? Plus 10 to lore? My lore right now is 32. That'd be enough if we go back to that place. I'd be able to do the torque by the waterfall. Adds the spell Breached Affliction to thrust attack. Also grants a bonus to magic skills for a short time after using thrust. Really? Breached Affliction to thrust attacks. Also grants a bonus to the magic skill for a short time after using thrust. Yeah, but what's the breach? Fire, frost, shock, and arcane armor reduction or reduced by 5. Oh, so it makes it my next. So if I hit them with thrust and then I hit them with my lightning spell, they'll take a little bit more damage than they might otherwise have. Plus 25% combat speed. Plus 15 accuracy against distant enemies. Target your enemy feet with a ranged attack, hobbling them if successful. Anybody who's played, would you know if I took the flurry of blows thing, will I be able to use that even with my javelin attack? Like, I get that it'd probably be melee. It's not like I can throw twice. But would I be able to use the flurry of blows regardless of my weapon, or is it only if I'm unarmed? Like, does it say? Oh, actually, even my thrown weapons can do it. Oh, that's really tempting. I want the lore. I think Flurry of Blows might be the best option. Why is it so hard? Okay, Are you sure you want to save your changes to LitlClutch? Save. Alright, let's see. Yeah, what the hell?
Sorry, I can't.
Isotonus crushes the air as a blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why he got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. He wipes the sweat from his brow and gets a better look at you. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beating and get bent back into shape, unlike this stubborn iron we have here. He glances at a pile of his work with dread. And we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around. Supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. Look around camp. We're garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They call the disfavored the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the smiths in Lethian's Crossing. Why not forge your own? Only the forge-bound smiths can make the stuff. They know the secret of iron. All I can do is mend and maintain their craft. It takes a master, nay, an artist, to make a piece of iron fit for an indomitable soldier such as a disfavored. You mentioned shortages? Afraid so. The last shipment sent down the Matani went missing near Echo Call Crossing, and I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley's sealed. Forge-bound iron is Dunon's responsibility. Why is the first I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down. He flinches and lowers his voice. Graven Ash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the Vendrian Guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. If I find myself in Echo Call, I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that, as does the great general. More than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for the help. It'd be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. You can trust me to handle this. You gain favor with the disfavored. Alright. I knew that Dunon wouldn't have dispatched you without good reason. The court isn't exactly known for gambling when the stakes are high. He glances at a crate beside him and points to a small set of notches on the wood. You see that? That is how we tell apart our iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous so people don't go snooping around. You'll want to keep an eye out for these. Good hunting. A small set of notches on the wood. Okay. Can I see your wares? Explore Echo Crossing for the clues. An oath-bound helm. +2 armor. Less recovery and deflection and accuracy. Stone shield, boots, and armor. Running armor. crescent running armor looks basically identical to the stone shield armor. Zero crush, 3 pierce. I wonder why that is. Gauntlets help with your unarmed attack. Fresh straw in the corner of this prison cell absorbs much of the stench. Alright, we got Barrack here. You can't make out the ironclad soldier's expression under his twisted helmet. He merely stares at you. Alright, what this guy? Pentibor? Hail to you, guardian of the law. The man dressed in a merchant finery greets you with a smile. If you have a few excess rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if the disfavored suffer a merchant in their camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions and armaments. He points to the collection of shields, rations, satchels, wineskins, and other sundries. Take a look, see if something interests you. Your largest crate. Open it now. Most of the camp followers are slaves or haulers. You don't see many merchants. How did you come to work with the disfavored? Let's start with seeing what he's got. Let's see if you can find something you might like. Brotherhood Stout. Okay, it's a beer. A bronze spear and a bronze javelin. Let's see. 2.7, a little less DPS than what I currently have, it looks like. Lesser healing potions, sigil core, blood moss, camping supplies. What's blood moss? Plus 50 defense against bleeding attacks. Wait, is that 50? Oh, it's 50 copper. I was like, 50 bronze. Finesse, quickness, wit, grain. Okay. Rona. Got no time to chitter. Too much armor to mend. Speak to Uncle Pentibor. I don't know if I trust this Pentibor. How'd you come to work for the disfavored? Hard work, good suppliers. When Tunon's men came to my village, all the merchants were given different lists of what they were or weren't permitted to trade. He smiles, hands on hip. In Kurios' wisdom, my record must have been a good one because I was given the right to trade in all manner of goods. Most importantly, arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kurios. Your largest crate. Open it. Now. Something in your tone causes him to blanch. He scrambles to remove the lid from the largest crate. Of course, Finder, don't let me inconvenience you for a moment. His supplies are all perfectly ordinary. You see nothing out of place or unauthorized by his mercantile license. Lie, smells like petal grass in here. Have you been selling something you shouldn't? No. Everything's in order. Glad to hear it. There isn't a temptation in the world that would steer me from the good favor of Tunon or Kiros. Don't see many merchants. Most people are slaves or haulers. Try not to congratulate myself on my good fortune, since it's by the wisdom and mercy of Tunon that I make a profit. Perhaps we're not so different in that respect. He winks. If I wasn't following the rear guard peddling my wares, my niece Rona and I would no doubt be caretakers of a pitiful market stall, shouting above the rabble to make ourselves known to the lords and ladies of the bastard city. Farewell. Travel well, and I'll be here should you need a rise. All right. Maybe he's trustworthy. Bitter quip. Glory to the voices of Narot, projecting its salutation for all to hear. The grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as you approach. Fatebinder Rain, I presume. His smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I am Bitter Quip, here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. He looks at you impatiently. What's it like working with the disfavored? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffing and returning his attention to you. Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One? Her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should bleed to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Bitter Quip sniffs to the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. If only to see with my own eyes the failure of the disfavored. That would be a fine day. What can you tell me of the chorus? The chorus is the future of the tears. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. What in particular would you like to know? Tell me about the voices of Narat. Known in his official capacity as the Archon of Secrets. Okay, that's the leader of the order. He is supreme commander and public servant. He who set us free, but directs all. He smiles as he talks, his face turning flush. The voices of Narat is the epitome of what each of us can be. A magician without equal, leader of the uncountable numbers. The voices in the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Glory to the voices. And what is your role? I am Blood Chanter. My magic can turn the will of man and the tide of battle. I have held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for my service thus far. And how did you come to join? The Doctrine of Strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the chorus almost instantly, unlike most. I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic evokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, lifting an eyebrow, perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. Sounds like you really like the voices. He blinks several times and scowls, saying nothing. That's all for now. He has a hard-on for his commanding officer. A meager portion of game simmers in the large copper pot. Fragrant spices attempt to mask the potent smell of whatever creature they've decided to cook. Lucius Marcus. Ooh, yoink. I'll take the cheese.
You see that?
Subterfuge. We got garnet, topaz, and agate. Alright. Before we go in... Oh, actually... I was going to say go check out the top, but... Oh, check it out. You can expand it by pressing M. Brings up the map as well. And there was something. I guess it was good that I went up there. We got ourselves another bronze javelin, I think. Alright. Fast forward. And back to normal speed. Alright, I'm guessing this is the command tent here. That's probably our tent. From your vantage point, you see tents trail off. Oh my goodness. From your vantage point, you see tents trail off, obscured by the rising smoke of campfires. The soldiers you see appear somber and quiet, a calm before the storm. I am Lucius. This is Marcus. The disfavored soldier points to an armored man next to her. I am Lucia. This is Marcus. And you must be the Fatebinder. From under her helmet, you hear an audible scoff. We've been assigned to babies. Assigned to your hospitality while you remain on disfavored ground. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. Do you always stand at ease before in the presence of a higher officer? Tell me about yourself, Marcus. Not sure there's much to tell. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign, and I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the gates of judgment, but Gravenash's protection mended me good. I owe my life. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about a filthy tearsman besting you in battle. Lucia rolls her eyes. You're just bitter that the Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I'd take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kyros knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. He shakes his head and sighs. Lucia, what about you? I do this, and I do that. She unenthusiastically lifts up her heavy shield. And I do this. She mockingly stabs the air with her spear. Lucia shrugs. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretense of honor can weigh me down. She turns a cautious eye your way. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards in the camp to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon. I'm handy in lots of ways, believe me, she winks. Weapons, though, you could say I know what I'm doing. Lucia, are you flirting with Tuon's Fatebinder? Relax, Marcus. There are plenty of camp slaves if I ever need to scratch an itch. Although, through the visors of her helm, you notice Lucia's eyes moving up and down your body. If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. Hope you don't mind. How have your skills failed in the battle against the Oathbreakers, Marcus? Every battle is a reminder of the Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values. Engraven Ash's love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of day to cross iron. Alright. I can ask them to do some training. What's it like serving with the disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Tyranny. Unlike the chorus, there is tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. Marcus looks out across the camp. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We're a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. Lucia, accurate enough. Lucia shrugs. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable legion of Kyros' host, even if we're not always the most efficient. The Legion boasts so much honor. Why are they disfavored? Insufficient reputation. I'm afraid that isn't for me to say. Others around camp might be able to tell you more, but I don't freely discuss the great general's history to outsiders. Okay. We get more reputation with them. But you'll say that it involves the great general, which is already a telling clue, idiot. Drat, at least the Iron Marshal isn't within earshot, or I'd be washing my mouth out with wormwood. Alright. Alright, let's try. I want to see what happens if we do training with them. I guess I'd like some training. Of course. How's his fists and armor? Ah, so we can get, for some money, get some XP. $10 copper rings to train parry. Nine ranks are trainable this level. Uh, 18 out of 45. So 45 is as high as I can get that particular skill. She's got 5 trainable ranks this level. And if I ask for Lucia, does she do different skills? Finally, some fun to break up the monotony of this siege. Ah, she's athletics and dodge. Alright. There we go. Gotta get your training in, I guess. Is that everything we had to talk to them about? Okay. Let me just save for a second. I'm going to ask them about standing at ease. Do you always stand at ease in the presence of a higher officer? If this pisses them off, I'm going to load up because I don't want them angered. I just want to see what happens. You have gained favor with disfavored. No, ma'am. Strength is back in short order and regards you with trepidation. Is this... Also adjust her posture. If slower than companion. I wasn't briefed on the chain of command. Do we report to the Fatebinder now? I heard Iron Marshal say that Tuon's agents can intercede if there's a dispute. That sounds pretty authoritative to me. I'm not so proud that I won't strike a pose, if only to keep up appearances. That hardly satisfies my question, so I take it the answer is kind of. So be it. Hail, Fatebinder. Alright. Seems like it was only goodness, so yay. Oh man, we're gonna have to go meet the frickin' Archons now. Yesterday you chid me for wishing to wait. Now you suggest an even longer delay.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words, a large and imposing man to begin with. His profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secrets passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, twirling the rod in hypnotic circles. Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeable where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
I'm here to proclaim Kairos' edict. The valley was sealed in preparation for this moment. So I maybe remain silent, let them bicker a bit first.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
My lord, the Fatebinder has arrived. Perhaps we could table the discussion and let our guests speak.
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
And I thought you had left agents
I can
within
wait.
these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
Do I still want to go on, or do I want to interrupt? Are you two just about done? You have gained loyalty with verse. You have gained wrath with the general and favor with the other. Fifth Eye. They bicker like children, do they not? The Fifth Eye's grating tenor pierces the tension in the tent, and all eyes land on the crimson spear. I meant only to say welcome. Welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. The armored retainer bows with rushed inelegance, then rises to a salute, and not a moment too soon. You've gained favor with Graven Ash, and favor with the disfavored. Governor Reyna, long have we been honored by your iron. Now we are honored by your presence. I must apologize for my lord's tempers run high of late. Bow to the Archons. Apologies for the sudden entrance. I've traveled long to be here.
Ah, the fire starter has arrived.
Favor with everybody.
Welcome, welcome. Our agents tell us such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kairos' wrath in tow?
My soldiers tell me you helped Commander Drotus on your way through Edring. You honor the court with your selfless cooperation, for that is the sort of camaraderie that Kairos demands of us all.
I require no thanks for doing my sworn duty.
Modesty is your prerogative, but know that cooperation and goodwill have been rarities of late. You do your Lord Tunon a great honor by aiding your cousins in the disfavored.
Oh, don't mind us while you trade your gushing praise. We're sure the Fatebinder has come because our company lacks in small talk.
Are you all done bickering? I have an edict to proclaim. I don't know how much I want to antagonize them. I do have to work with these idiots.
My dear Binder, we won't be done bickering until the last of Ash's hair falls out. We'll pause for you to read your little missive. Go on, don't keep us all in suspense.
So Garvin Ash didn't like it, my answer, but he did. Probably because he wanted me to be more formal, but I listened to them bicker for like 3 comments there.
It seemed only yesterday you were proving your worth in battle, assisting my warriors in the siege of the bastard city. Now Kairos has chosen you for a second time to proclaim an edict. Tell us, good Fatebinder, what sort of punishment does the Overlord have in store for the Oathbreakers?
Yeah, consequence of our decisions. The bastard city at the site of Tunon's court, we fought. The Overlord's loyal servant must hold Ascension Hall by the Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kyros Day of Swords, or all the valley shall perish. The 26th of every month. Kyros' Day. It's a day of holiday and rest for all within the Overlord's empire. Each Kyros Day is the last day of its span and is referred to by the span's name. Kyros Day of Swords, therefore, is the 26th day of the span of swords. So at least now we know what it is. In honor of your incompetence and disarray, the edict will execute every living thing in the valley unless we take the hall by this day. It seems you need some encouragement to work together. Kyros' edict will end the lives of everyone in the valley unless Ascension Hill is claimed by the Day of Swords. I don't want to be too much of an ass about it. The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kyros' Day of Swords, or all in the valley shall perish. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. It's every syllable drafted by the hand of Kyros. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the mountain, feel renewed, and the tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
The Arcanor taps a finger against his temple. A low rumble escapes from under his beard.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? The baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
The Arcana Secret passes his scepter from one hand to the next, chuckling softly with each toss. Are you too daft? It is your indecision and bickering that necessitated the edict. They call you the Archon of Secrets, but you certainly don't seem to know anything remotely useful. I don't want to antagonize them too much. Learn to work together, or we're all doomed.
The Fatebinder is right. We're acting not as leaders, but as children. I've no time for your foolish japes and petty taunts. We should focus on the objective at hand, and that is taking the Mittani River, and then advancing to Ascension Hall and ending this edict.
Voices of Narat, I trust you're done acting the clown and will have your horde ready to march with all haste. No more sitting around. I expect the disfavored to be on the march at once. Our lives hang in the balance because you two bicker like children. Now go solve this problem you've started. And enough talking. There's work to be done. My lord Barrack and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call assault plan. The Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movement along the river. I'll dispatch him at once. The Iron Marshal salutes, clapping his gauntlets to her breastplate. And I'll ensure the chorus stand ready to march if the disfavored can take the river. The chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's Chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. She'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as she doesn't do anything too stupid.
The Archon twirls his scepter one last time, then taps the fifth eye on the shoulder, and the two depart.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narat is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
Okay, amongst the glorious. Speak with the Iron Marshal. I'm short a few scouts. Short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. And what are the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping?
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the outer valley.
The Oathbreakers have maintained a sizable force outside the Citadel. We need the chorus manpower to scour the region. Otherwise, the Oathbreakers will attack at our heels once we cross the Mittani. I'd be honored. Gain favor with the disfavored. I'll be at the training grounds readying the soldiers. Find me there when you're ready. She paused and clearing her throat. And though I am loath to mention it, the chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the outer valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp, due east. Seek him out if you must. All right. All right, this battle report from Echo Call Crossing blames the failure of the assault of the village on the Scarlet Chorus. Apparently, these scouts failed to report critical intelligence about the enemy composition. I'll take that. And she can unlock that, getting us an iron sword and more agates to sell. Alright, hopefully I didn't piss the people off too much. Reputation. Let's see, the disfavored seem to like me quite a bit. The chorus only like me a little, though. Alright. He was aggravated by my arrogant words and actions, eh? Okay. A little bit of wrath. It looks like you can even build favor with the Vendrian Guard. No, 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 no. We're going to have to kill them. Stand together, stand tall. Pulse rate per 3 seconds. All allied area effect +1 resolve for 3 seconds. Radius 3 meters. All private members near you receive a bonus to resolve. Eh. Guess that's something. Forged round. Okay, forge bound irons. The shipment of iron is been lost. We're gonna have to find that. Taking the outer valor and battle of Echo Crossing. Okay, the Scarlet Chorus are currently attempting to secure the outer ring of Vendrian's wall. You'll need to help them deal with rebel forces in the area before Cyrus's armies may march upon the citadel. And we also must go to the place with the iron, the Echo Call Crossing, before they can press their attack on the wall. Vendrian's Well Citadel. Help the disfavored subdue the rebels and take control of the crossing. Alright. She's already a 38. I just need to get her a little bit more subterfuge, and we'll be able to get the other treasure we locked, or we left in that place we came in at. All right. Dance of Seeking Sheath, +10 accuracy. Is that an item she's wearing? Or like a position? I'm guessing it's like an ability she has. She's almost leveled up. Oh, we can set her colors on that. Okay, cool, 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 cool. She's got Skewer and Burning Iron. Guess she doesn't have as many options as we get. Okay, quick save. Oh, canceled. Wait. Would you like to rest for 8 hours? No. How did you do that? She looks at you with a quizzical expression. Do what? Back in the Archon's war tent, you cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Oh. I've done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I heard about it. Alcurus's anger raised a volcano from under the sage's own fortress. That was some impressive work. Conquest? That was me, all right. Or just nod silently. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you've read the words of Kyrdos more than once, I'm surprised that You're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just worth recognizing what you've done. Not only are you Tuon's fate binder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reason to stick around. You're going places, and I want to see where they lead. You say so. I have some questions about you.
What do you need?
Are you a spy for the Voices? We could duel. Are you a spy for the Voices? She regards you with an unreadable expression, her mismatched eyes looking at each of yours in turn. Insufficient reputation. I mean, does it even matter? You have to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth trusting. Is keeping me along worth the risk that I'll spill the occasional word about you? About what you ate for breakfast? The Voices of Nara is the Archon of Secrets, not the Archon of Honesty or fair dealings. You don't assume that everyone already reports to him. Not being careful enough. Care to duel?
That would be an understatement, and I thought you'd never ask. Since you're obviously at a huge disadvantage, I'll let you pick our weapon of choice.
Alright. How about bows? Let's play target practice. But I'm not a bow wielder.
If you want to risk becoming a pincushion, it's your funeral. But you're right about one thing. This will be fun.
You take... Oh, I gained 5 bow skills. Okay. You take turns loosing arrows, using each other as moving targets. First is an accomplished runner and swats the few projectiles that close out of the air. When her turn arrives, it takes all your energy to keep up with her relentless volley of projectiles. You observe her technique and take a valuable lesson to heart.
You held your own. Call me impressed. Need anything else, or did I tire you out?
Alright. Tell me something about yourself.
If you insist. I'm a Scarlet Fury. That should raise some flags for you. It means that I'm good at killing, and more importantly, that I enjoy it. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with weeping mourners. Someday I'll fall in battle, and then they'll roll me into a mass grave or heap me atop a shit-stained wagon. One more anonymous, knife-riddled piece of meat. Until then, I plan to take whatever I can from life and have a little fun along the way.
Do you ever wish you could do things over? End up somewhere other than Kyros' army? What's the significance of your feathers? We are getting awfully chummy, so I guess you deserve a story. My mother kept a messenger bird, Witterbeak. He was an angry old bastard, spoiled from living the high life, squawked in my window every single night. Pecked my fingers while I fed him only the fattest, juiciest mice. When I left the farm to join the Scarlet Chorus, I wrung that ungrateful little fucker like a dish rag, plucked his feathers and gave his carcass to the mice. It felt like justice. She slides a crimson feather from her hair and spins it in her fingers. I also like how the feathers catch the breeze. Helps me keep my balance, especially when I'm moving fast. She slips the feather among the other and smooths it back. Alright. I have questions about your past. That suits me just fine. I'm not much for comparing family histories if I can avoid it. What's your thought on the disfavored? A warren of self-entitled children, so wound up in delusions of honor, they're likely to hang themselves by their own high standards. I wish they had stayed in the Northern Empire where they belonged. Then we could get some real work done in the tiers. What are your thoughts on their battle strategies? They've really got something with that phalanx maneuver, a formation built on holding still, moving forward slowly, and hoping that no one slips in the mud. At best, the disfavored are tired of using the same tactic over and over and again. At worst, the enemy knows what to expect. Scarlet Furies are dancers. We hear the music of battle and organize ourselves into works of killing art. Every fight is as hot and passionate as the last, with no room for stale routine. Alright, you think they have a chance to succeed in the tiers? Speaking as one of the exceptions, most of the tiersmen are pushovers. The people of Stalwart seem capable enough, though I have my doubts. You might call them the disfavored's best challenge. Even if they succeed, it might be too late to redeem themselves. The Chorus have already impacted the conquest more than the disfavored have, or likely ever will. And what do you think of Grav and Ash? I've seen enough of that high-minded braggart to know that he's all duty, nothing but a charismatic, broad-shouldered scarecrow. He calls himself the Archon of War, though by the way he stalls his forces, waiting for a better strategy to present itself, you'd think he's afraid of battle. You'd think that someone more deserving would take Ash's mantle from him, but the disfavored have this cult of personality built around their great general. In their eyes, he can do no wrong. I suppose you have a better idea on how to handle their forces? Of course I do. First, I'd stop babying the troops. Pain is a lesson best learned early. I'd conscript from the locals to bolster the front lines, because why waste your elite on the vanguard? Then I'd leave my any misplaced ethics back in the Northern Empire. They're not helping Kyros's campaign anyway, so fuck them. You take away everything that makes them strong. Excellent. You would make them more like the Scarlet Chorus. You gained a loyalty with verse. Would that be so wrong? The chorus is accountable for itself in ways that the disfavored are weak die and are strong fight to keep their rank. The disfavored promote their waning bloodline and discipline any soldier with the audacity to show their teeth. Though they'd never admit it, the disfavored need the chorus to show them the way. Who would you see take Ash's place? I would rather let the disfavored sort it out amongst themselves. Ash is the aging figurehead of what should be a constantly changing role. The right soldier needs to grow a pair and kill the old man, kick his cane out from under him, remind the Legion what strength looks like. The Voices of Narat changes. He's a multifaceted gem, and the Scarlet Chorus is a reflection of that beauty. If someone could rise up and strike down the voice, any of us would follow them in a heartbeat. So that's why it's Voices of Narat. Okay. What about his connection to the troop? Ash protects. His soldiers keep harping on those words like they mean something. I don't deny that the disfavored can take a few extra lumps on the battlefield. But that only speaks to their thick-headedness. If anything, it's only true because the soldiers place that much trust in it. I've seen the power of suggestion do stranger things to people. Stranger than heal battlefield wounds? I don't think so. Suit yourself. I'm just putting it out there. I don't see you coming up with any great explanation for a soldier who bounces back from a killing wound. Alright. Back to my question. Let's talk about something else. Yeah, that's good for now. We'll talk again later. So I can just click on her anytime, it looks like. Sevius? What do you mean you haven't heard from Commander Ironcore? It's been a full span since we sent word to him. Last we heard, Master Radix said to keep an eye out into the northern pass. For mercy of Kairos, we don't have the soldiers to send hunting through the trees for our own. Seems like they're missing somebody. By Kyros Iron Anus. It's the fire starter. And those swine finks in the chorus told me you were a pile of ash. Carven ash protects. Latching his arm around your body, Sevius lifts you into the air within his embrace. The North never forgets a friend in need. He places you back down as effortlessly as he scooped you up in the air, letting out a soft chuckle. Our little camp is overrun with these southern lepers that the voices adopt along the way. Sevius looks out towards the brace of choirmen loitering by the edge of the camp. Probably half of them were the fuckers we didn't kill the first time through the valley. Troubling thought. Ash doesn't tell me everything, but I know you're here on official court business. Iron Marshal's running the logistics on this one. I'm just playing slave driver and making sure the patrols stay on schedule. What is it you need? I overheard you asking that Earthshaker where the reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? Afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spell slingers to help break the stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival. That worries me. If you were at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. Where's your dignity, Northman? The Iron Legion doesn't need spellcasters. I could lend a hand. Northern Clearing is now unlocked on the world map. Could you? I knew that Tuon's agents wouldn't fail us in the time of need. I'll mark the last known site of the Earthshaker reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. Why do you think the siege has delayed for so long? It should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went right for the kill. But that was before we knew the Vendrian Guard had sages and that water witch on their side. The bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus. They're eagerly conscript the Vendrian Guard, but I have no proof of this. But it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on these drafted tiersmen. They are often sent out on patrol, and we suspect they use that opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every chorus conscript has a choice. Life under Kyros or death under the army's boot. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tuon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion on the matter. The two armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think that is? Come on, Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. The disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kyros' peace to the tiers, while the Scarlet Chorus bring only mayhem in their wake. You can tell me the Voices in the Rot has a plan, and I'll take your word for it, but the Chorus sure seems to blunder around, never moving with purpose, as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war, soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you won't want to call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one, I fear that the Scarlet Chorus will step in front of Ash's strategist at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the Voice of Narat is here to amuse himself, while the rest of us are here to do a job. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. My father was Sevius the Elder. His father was Sevius the First, led drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard, back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion, and with any hope, I'll die in the Legion. The rest of you will hopefully hear about when the storytellers immortalize me. Bronze Guard? Well, his day and age was a century ago, and they didn't have Kyros' modern luxuries like iron. So back then, the great general's inner council was known as the Bronze Guard. You should be proud of your pedigree. Thanks, but I try not to think about it too fondly. If anything, every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragging the family name through the mud along with me. Back to my other questions. Oh, that's everything? Farewell. All right. Iron Marshal. Oh, we can unlock this now. Merchant's Bracers. Alright. Let's see what this guy has to say. Don't just cuddle the impact. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Iron Marshal Irenios, field commander of the disfavored, pounds her fist in the air. She calls it to the warriors on the training field. I said eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. The disfavored officer turns to you, adjusting her pale golden surcoat as she clears her throat. Need to stay on top of the troops or their skills will rust. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. It was mentioned you're short on warriors. What's the situation? I have brigades amassing along Placid, Echo Call, and Little Tooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against the concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but... Her words falter, a short cough breaking her flow. But we all died to Kyros's edict should we fail. So I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? Feet in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point, everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup. It was just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost the whole assault team. She shakes her head, letting out a long, pained sigh. We found bodies washed up in the river for days. It's not often the deersmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take the valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and you just chose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten the campaign. I'll assist. Then our plan just might work. We are loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know that Tuon the adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court. I trust you will honor us all on the field. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Hall Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrack of the Stone Shield. She points to a heavily armored soldier standing sentry at the edge of the training ground. Before you ask, no, the Forge-bound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and his armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise, it's something of a curse. Tapping her helmet twice, Ario signals to the hulking present. Barrack, come meet the Fatebinder. The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible.
Fatebinder. The Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
An honor.
Likewise, good Binder.
The soldier heaves a heavy iron arm into a salute, his whole body clanging as he wraps his gauntlets against his twisted sheet of metal that forms the breastplate.
Barrack, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
I don't believe we've been acquainted. I don't believe we've been acquainted.
It's challenging enough to experience battle from a courtroom, much less remember the faces of your cohorts. I wouldn't expect you to know me under these accursed blades of rust.
He bangs on his malformed chest armor for emphasis. The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help. And more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we will have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
He nods to you, his armor creaking as he bends his neck. I asked that Beric accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Echo Crossing is now unlocked on the world map. Beric, you've been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. She plants her hands on her hips and speaks in clipped official terms. Ash has assigned you to take the Fatebinder service. You're to assume this task is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of the war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? Regards the Iron Marshal in oppressive silence. That's an order, Beric. She shakes her head and sighs, returning to her focus. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. Hope you don't mind the company. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. I do mind, but I'll allow it anyways, if only to put a large object between myself and the enemy. Favor with the disfavor, loyalty with Beric. Excellent. Look forward to your success in the field. Alright, let's see what he's about. Fused iron armor. Ooh, reputation ability unlocked. Nice. Alright, he's using a disfavored iron sword and disfavored shield. Alright, she's got 5. I got 5. I got 10. He's got that. Okay. There we go. Yep. Sounds about right. Let's see. This guy is 51 dodge, 34 parry, lots of strength, lots of vitality, lots of resolve. He's got 1 point. Issue a mocking invitation challenging enemies to attack Beric. Pierce demeanor requires 1 talent point. Spent in Punisher Tree. Okay. Beric becomes an intimidating force on the battlefield. Enemies nearby him have resolved reduced. What's this one? Engagement attack 1. Gain a chance to attack enemies as they engage you. Increase one-handed and two-handed melee weapon damage. I don't know if I want to start getting him points in Sentinel. Allows him to engage an additional enemy. Fight defensively, gaining a bonus to armor. Ooh. If we get him up to this point, once he has 3 points in the Punisher tree, all party members gain additional XP for athletics, one-handed, and two-handed skills. Legs of Iron. Root in place, gaining immunity to push and prone effect, and a large boost to endurance at the cost of the ability to move. Alright, I think I'll start with Art of the Blade. She... And it seems our disfavorite have hit level 3. Alright. I think I'm gonna have to start doing things to make the chorus a little bit more happy.
Right.
Alright, I was going to check his equipment, wasn't I? I don't know if I have any weapons I can give him. Yeah, sorry, what he's using. His accuracy isn't anything exceptional. He's two-handed, unarmed, dual-wielded. He's got bows. Okay, he's more about two-handed weapons, but he's pretty good with one-handed too. So I could give him a javelin as a backup weapon if I needed. But best to keep him up front, I think. All right. Oh, we can open this now. Sap of Boreal Forest and another agate. Oh wait, does he have more to do? Oh, he still got a stat point. Right, okay. More strength.
On it.
I wonder why his is in orange there right now. Alright, we're all under the Edict of Execution giving us an extra resolve. Part of me wants to go back up to there. It's 2 hours though. Oh, the northern clearings way the frack over there. Screw it. We're taking a 4-hour detour. Oh, an ambush! We should be able to get the torque and whatever that one loot thing I left there.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of sailor's line. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Vendrian god regalia, the woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff, pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over an arm. Lib?
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
One bows deeply, lowering her head in a practiced display of etiquette. The warriors by her remain in a ready stance, their nerve clearly on edge. You would detain a Fatebinder. Okay. In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos's way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
I believe I killed him. Lie, Tarkus is dead? What? I thought we killed Tarkus Deimos. Assuming he's our prisoner, what would you offer in exchange?
We would offer you 5 choirmen that got lost on patrol. They're healthy, got other limbs too.
I would not have us barter with oathbreakers. Certainly not for anything less than disfavored lives.
You say there's something worth less than a disfavored life. Call me intrigued.
Tarkus Deimos is with the chorus now. Oh, is that the one that I allowed the woman to keep?
Then if we see him again, it will have to be as enemies. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Another dead Oathbreaker. Whoever you will ask about next, I assure you nothing can be done. Palox Tyrell is dead. She nods slowly, saying nothing for a long moment.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start.
Is she the one that's been narrating the whole game? Her voice sounds like Ming-Na's again.
I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I have some questions for you.
We shouldn't be socializing with oathbreakers.
I will entertain them as best I can. After all, understanding is the only hope we have. What is it you wish to know?
Why do you resist Kyros? What are you trying to save?
I grew up without my knee bent to Kairos, and if I'm going to bow to someone, let it be another Tearsman. We've ruled ourselves just fine for centuries, so we'll give our lives so that our sons and daughters might rule themselves.
The younger realms were beset with constant battle. You'd prefer that to Kyros' order. Only your daughters are really free in the Tears. Why fight against Kairos' equality?
You make conflict sound like a bad thing. Yes, the younger realms saw frequent battles, but it was never this wholesale slaughter like we've seen of late. No Tearsman ever cast an edict on the soil, or forced prisoners to kill each other, or butchered beastmen tribes.
Only the daughters are really free in the Tears. Why fight against Kairos' equality?
There's freedom, then there's trusting idiots with power. Give a man 1,000,000 marauders, he'll lose sleep worrying over his neighbor's 1,000. I prefer my realms ruled by the braver sex. For centuries we've left the lands to the women, and the seas to the men. And we did plenty fine until Kairos came around.
A mage like you would not be subject to such superstition and fear under Kairos' reign.
I doubt life is any better sworn to some mad Archon. I'd rather stand with my fellow Tearsmen. Or, I suppose, stand immediately behind them in the event of an attack.
At that remark, the soldiers flanking her exchange shocked look. Ebb turns her focus to her compatriots.
Yeah, you heard me. Way things were years back, you'd all be calling me a water witch and conspiring to sell me out to the nearest sage. Just because I'm helping you stop Kairos doesn't mean I've forgotten the hospitality of ages past.
I think I kind of like this Ebb.
And people wonder why the Tearsmen could never unite in time to fight back. It's refreshing to see that some things never change.
What makes you think you have a chance?
Oh, we don't. Those who believed Kairos could be stopped all died years ago, in the first wave of fighting. It's not about the hope of victory. It's about the hope of inspiring others. It is very likely we will fall here in Vendrian's Well. But perhaps others will arise elsewhere.
May I ask you something else? She nods silently, awaiting your follow-up. Who is in charge of this insurrection? Were there prisoner swaps in the past?
That is our way, Binder. Here in the South, only thugs and bandits kill prisoners. The younger realms may be guilty of constant fighting, but we never slay each other when the battle's long over. We're not about to change that now. As a rule, Kairos' forces haven't been keen on swapping prisoners. But I know our disfavored prisoners aren't prisoners anymore. I just assumed they were swapped for some of our own.
Who's in charge of the insurrection?
Listen to you. Thinking just like the Overlord wants you to think. There always has to be a person in charge or things don't make sense. Well, we don't answer to anyone. We are each of us sons and daughters of the Tears, and take this task upon ourselves freely. But Captain Tarkus Ari, former Falksman of Queen Vendrian Alanta, is the voice we trust when we seek unanimity.
There's always somebody in charge of a fight. Whether you all think you're free, somebody's still leading it. I assume Tarkus Ari and Tarkus Demos relations.
Yes. Deimos was Ari's brother. We were certain he was dead, but the captain takes family seriously, so I volunteered to find some answers. And now here we are.
How did your friends overthrow the garrison?
I would joke that the voices of Nerat left the gate unlatched, but dozens of warriors lost their lives taking the citadel. There was no secret to it. We simply attacked with speed and certainty at a time when the Archons were elsewhere in the Tears. The Scarlet Chorus had a rout, and what few disfavored soldiers were present made an impressive showing. But they were surrounded and overwhelmed once the chorus fled.
That is all.
Fair enough. But now a question for you. The Edict. I can feel its magic coursing through the air. Everyone can. But those of us enlightened to the currents of magic feel it most. The wording of the Edict. What was it?
Kairos' forces must take the hall by the Day of Swords, or all in the valley will perish.
In the name of the vaunted North, the will of Kairos should be delivered with blade and hammer, not to the ears of oathbreakers and compromisers.
Curious. You did say all in the valley. So the edict will affect Kairos' forces? This is most unexpected.
Correct.
That is most troubling.
Loyalty
So
with
either
Ebb.
the soldiers come to destroy and kill us, or the edict does the work. I suppose we should be so honored the Overlord is taking no chances on us. I've another question for you, if you will entertain it.
Are we really standing here and chatting with Oathbreakers? It's hard to watch, like cuddling a goat you're going to kill for dinner.
Ask your question, Ebb.
When I was young, my parents told me the Tears were special, and the Overlord's edicts and armies could never touch us. Seems I've been told a hefty sum of lies. So answer this honestly for me, please. Is it true that Tunon's fate binders can smell truth from falsehood?
No, that is not true.
Thanks for that. I could see why you'd want to foster the mystique all the same. The School of Tides would always tell commoners we didn't know how to summon drinkable water. Once they find out, you can't eat in peace. And Kairos' edicts. I have heard the sages speak at length that some of the edicts elsewhere in the world have been broken. How is this?
The Overlord has some control over the edicts how the edicts linger, but Kairos only knows the exact details.
Ah, so some edicts are forever. The rest are, as long as Kairos has in mind? Needless to say, Kairos' magic is unlike anything we've seen in any Archon. And one more mildly self-indulgent question, but I simply must know. Kairos, male or female?
The Overlord is mother and father. The question is irrelevant.
Fine, fine. I've heard that answer before. Sorry I asked. You'll forgive, I hope, the questions. The Overlord and his Archons used to be things of legend. Now they're everyday maladies, and I'm eager to separate the truth from the lies I've been told by House and Guild. In accordance to our most ancient customs, let us depart in honorable accord. May peace find you, Fatebinder.
New message. Received missive from Tunon. Note. Oh, notes? We can create notes. Interesting. Missives. The will of Kairos. Alright, let's see. LitlClutch, word has reached the court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in its declaration. Provided you survive the span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies of mutual antipathy of the Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the northern courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted the rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. Choose wisely. Interesting. Thank you for the advice. Alright. Archon Tunon, allow me to express my deep appreciation for this opportunity. Few in the Empire have the honor of treating with Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain in all things your faithful servant. Send it. I like how it lets you see it before you send it. Like, if I want to do something else, I could ask, like, clarification. Am I to understand that the Edict of Execution applies equally to all within the Valley of the Well, Triersmen and servants as alike? The Overlord truly was willing to sacrifice both Archons of War and the Archon of Secrets, the armies, the farmers, and the herdsmen of the region, and a Fatebinder of no small skill? I'm not sending that. That's too much, like, questioning the Lord. Thank him and send. Missive is in transit. All right. And now we have some wrath and some favor with the Vendrian Guard. They don't like that I've killed, like, 9 of their soldiers and one of their lieutenants. But they appreciate my honesty. Wow, Eb really liked my honesty there. Doesn't like my orderly, honorable ways, and Barrick did not like that I talked to the woman. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything here to find.
Will do.
You didn't see nothing.
Oh, wait,
Can't do that.
Actually, we did see something. Skycap and Marshberry. Grassland of the Tears stretches far throughout the land. Much of it remains uninhibited. Alright, it will take an hour. Encounter in the wood. You're following the road through the expansive scrubby woodlands, crooked oaks and dry-needled pines grasping towards the sky when you catch the sound of children's laughter littering throughout the trees. Investigate the laughter. Abandoned road. Okay. Abandoning the road, you make your way to a small tributary of the Matani, snaking through the sparse forest. There you discover a group of 4 youths gathered beside the small stream. 2 of the children sit on the rocks, poles in hand, staring patiently at the water. The other 2 are seated near a bucket, taking turns washing eels along the ground to sun themselves. Whacking eels along the ground to stun them, and carving up eel meat. Speak to the children. Turn to the road. Threaten the children. Speak to the children. You step out of the woods, drawing the attention of the children, who eye you warily. The eldest youth, almost a man grown, notes your heraldry and hawks a ball of phlegm into the reeds. Ransom the children. Ask to sniggle? What the hell's that? Tell a story. You have gained favor with Vendrian Guard. You raise your hands to calm the youngsters and ask if they have heard the tale of Pox and the elder boar of the Brennian Wood. When they look at one another without answer, you begin to spin the story for them. An odd, sometimes amusing yarn filled with epic adventures and dark mysticism. By the time you finish, the youth have become entirely absorbed in your story. Utterly wrapped in their attention, the youngest of the children brings you an eel in exchange for your time. You thank them and return to the road to continue your journey. Alright. Interesting.
Can't do that.
Alright. I'm digging this game so far. Alright, we got ourselves a Sigil of Proximate Action. My lore's not good enough for it yet. We need an 80. And light leather gauntlets. Alright. Yeah, we're definitely coming over this way. I like that we can make the map bigger. Oh, we can get rid of it altogether. Interesting.
Can't do that.
Alright. Was there any other things we couldn't unlock? Can't remember. Okay, we already got that. Also, what was that new piece of merchant bracers and light leather gauntlets? I'm currently wearing horde bracers. This gives me plus 1% precision and 1 unarmed DPS. More recovery, less precision. He's wearing my old bracer, so I could give her what I just took off. Reflection, recovery. There we go. And his equipment's locked, so can't change it. This is frost magic. Okay, let's fast forward. All right. $37. I thought it was 35. I'm still 34 either way. Darn it. Pretty sure it was 35 before. Man, I should have took that plus 10. If I had taken that plus 10 magical prodigy thing, I would have been able to get that right now. As it is, we're going to have to come back here later on.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
F5 or backspace selects all. Oh, we can pick our formation. Okay. Very minimal style UI. 8 days to Kyros Day of Swords. Oh shit, we don't have a lot of time to fuck around. Three hours, 15 minutes. So I still need to go over.
You didn't see nothing.
All right. However, guys, it's 11 o'clock. I think we're going to have to call it there for today. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. It seems like a really cool game so far. However, I need to take my meds. I need to go get some supper. And then I believe we're watching the third Matrix movie tonight. So there is all that to deal with. Hope you guys are, like I said, I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I have. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, please do. It means a lot. Like, subscribe, share on YouTube. Do what you have to do. For now, guys, until next time, stay happy, stay healthy, stay awesome. I'll find you all in the future.